It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston's strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to say, how's everyone doing today? Hope we're all having a wonderful start to a great day. It's funny, oh my God, I opened Twitter this morning. I knew I shouldn't have. Real quick, who thinks yesterday was good for Karen Reed and her team? Or was it good for Hank and his team? Was it good for Karen or was it good for Hank? Morning, Antron. Listen, people, there's a fundraiser for Karen Reed. It's in my email. I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna play it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna share it. I have video that I can also play today that I took yesterday. It's the same thing. It's just it's different. Where are you? Come on. There it is. Tell me this is it. Nope. Attorney client. Release. No, release. Where'd it go? Killing me. There's I think it's in Hopkinton. I'll find it. And I'll get up to you guys information. I need the information for that. Also, there is a glow pate. Big fundraiser. This one's going to be done right. This is the one. This is the one that is kind of last minute. It's in Hopkinton. We'll say 7 to 9. Yeah, I got to get that. Oh my word. Yes. All right. First things first. Lucky. So I'll take a minute for Lucky. Say a prayer. Hope his day goes well. We know that man. He's a good man. He's not one of the people out there playing Jones, catching up with the Joneses. He's a very sincere, honest to goodness man. So don't run up to him. Just take a second. Just say some prayers for the poor guy, because I wouldn't want to be in his position. He doesn't deserve to be in that position, but yet here he is. Oh, see, I'd love to have you come up, maybe chit chat, and this is one of the ways that we contact him. not really contact him, but we stay in touch with him to make sure that if he needs anything, we know he knows that he just got to make a one phone call and it's in. Yes, so we have we have a way to be in touch with Lucky. We don't abuse that connection. However, we're asking that y'all just take a second and say a prayer for him. How about that? Because I think that would probably go further along. And if he needs help in other ways, I promise you, we will bring it to you. And you guys, I know, will all step up and take care of it. I'm not worried about that part of it. Just today's the day. Today's the day for Lucky. Just like yesterday was the day for Miss Kelly. Kelly Dever. Man. Flamingo. I'm sorry. Flamingo Chicky. How do I know if he was the target possibly? To me, it fits together. It really fits together to me how it all works out and how things had to fall into place. That that fits more than it doesn't to me. I don't know. It's my own personal belief. Like everyone has their own beliefs. Everyone's got their thoughts. I get a bunch of them in my email. Some are good. Some are just I've heard them just different names and whatnot. But my belief is that makes sense, and it kind of strikes home the more I think about it. So you guys, not that you'd know, not that you care to know, whatever. It's just I don't always deal with some of this stuff the best of ways, we'll say. How about that? That better? All right. Let's play some video from yesterday, even though there's only a little bit of people here. Why isn't there a lot of people here today? Where is everybody? Is there like an FBI thing going on that I'm not sure? I missed that or something. Um, where is it? So I took some video yesterday of Karen coming out of her trucks, so you guys can see it. But I used my camera. That's what I think where I put it. See, I have it like in 3 different places. There's my this is my friend Carrie. That was a while ago. Man. Um, that's when we went to you know how long ago that was? Oh my god. I got something for you. Jesus. Hold on. I'm gonna share this. I'm just gonna share this whole entire folder. Where's StreamYard? This is how old this is. Not old, but man, it seems like freaking yesterday. If you know, you know. Remember this picture? I can't see the screen, so it's not sharing. Why isn't it sharing? Stop sharing. Why? Why? Share screen. Share the whole window. No. All right. So if I go, I'll just select all of them. Right click. I want to open with. I wonder if I can open it with something and then open that program. That way I don't got to keep sharing each individual stupid item. Hold on. And I don't want to edit it. Resize, edit. No. I got it. So the Twitter stuff has been blowing up. Okay. VLC, media, add media. Open multiple files, file. You know what? Let me see if I can share even this. Let me see if I can share this. Cancel. You guys can see what I'm doing. Share screen, window. You guys can see this, right? Add. Make sure I have right location. Yeah, there we go. I want all the files, all files. Boom. There we go. Control A. Open. Okay. Play. Boom. Should be a couple seconds here if you guys can see it. It's not playing, is it? It's going. It's going. All right. I just got to change this around. Now they know it's going. Let me go through this. View. Video. Playback. I want to change, render it. I want a media. Oh. I'm gonna have to open each file, but I'm not doing that. These are just one after another. Old school. You guys wouldn't know who those people are, and that's okay. Who's that? That's Carrie. What else? That's the one. There we go. That's Carrie. That's who you probably see all around. So now you have a name with the face. Not that you didn't know who she was, but she does a lot of that boxing stuff over there. So she's very heavily in that community of boxing. So know anybody? That's a thing. And whose birthday is it? Donkey's birthday? Donkey, is it your birthday? John Braggs, good morning, my friend. See if I can find yesterday's can't read stuff. I have so many photos. I don't even realize how many photos I have until I'm trying to scroll through them. what did I do with them? Pictures of John. Where did I put them? I put them somewhere. I think I put them somewhere for someone to view, right? So that I don't have to send everything. June 2nd, can't read 2.0. Yeah, you guys saw some of that. You didn't see the video though, did you? No, because I did. All right. For whatever reason, this is freaking loud, and I'm sorry off the bat, but this is loud stuff. You guys ready? This is yesterday. Karen coming out of court. I got this. I got this from the sidewalk, as close as I could get, and then they didn't want me between the vehicles in case they got rear-ended. But that's a whole other thing. So I was able to stand right here and here we. This is what we got. It's loud, so caution.
Fun show. Yes.
That's Dr. Marie's here. Yep. That's Dr. Marie Russell. Absolutely is. You see that, right? And this is my fault. Yes, Dr. Marie Russell. Not bad, huh?
I love her. She calls me her Medford girl, but she was from Malden.
All right. So I'm just gonna fast forward. But I mean, them walking in, I can't really get good clarity because when the trucks go by like that, camera focuses on the truck. Come on. She was hanging out in her vehicle waiting. No sense going and waiting inside when you don't have to. Mm-hmm. There's Lally. Let's watch this one. That's two behind me. That's the Lally. Lally. Defeated already.
You know what? After watching Brennan, I like Lally more and more.
There's Karen.
Traffic must be fucking horrible.
Yep. That wasn't her. But like this is
Come on.
that's the clarity I want to get for you guys right there. Problem is I can't even get close to get that for you guys. So try. All right, that's that. Stop that. Close that. And it was yesterday. I don't know. He'll be here. I'm not worried about it. He had an anniversary yesterday. He's probably relaxing. Well, he's not young. Keep telling everybody we're lucky. We're so much a good day for them yesterday, was it, man?
It's not that funny.
I can't even look at your name.
Oh,
All right,
fuck.
so tonight, is it tonight, Kerry? There's something going on here.
What's up, buddy?
Oh my God, at Fenway, there's another. I think it's another big fight at Fenway.
Oh, really?
Well, it's 2 weeks away from the monumental return of boxing to Fenway, and we're
Oh, wow.
excited to announce that the event will be broadcast worldwide via Deesland. Deesland is a
Who-
global leader in combat sports streaming and the perfect partner for this historic event. Tickets are still available, and the press conference is right around the corner. Don't miss out on this once in a lifetime show as we continue to make Boston boxing great again.
Tom, would that be cool if we became like ringside announcers and stream? Would that
Do
be
you
kinda
want me to?
cool?
Do you want me to see if we can get it
Yeah,
in?
I'll go.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'll go.
Because like
Oh,
the
fuck.
person who's doing this and setting this all up,
Yeah, I know who she is.
I may know a guy.
So listen, if
I'll
that can
go.
happen,
I'm in. I'll make that happen.
I'll
Oh,
go
yeah.
rings. Yeah,
Let's
you meet me
go.
here,
I'm in.
we'll
I'll
we'll
do
go.
it.
All right.
Yes.
Let's make sure
Yes.
she can do it though. You know what I mean? I don't want to
Listen,
put her on the
there's 4
spot.
sides to a ring guy. I'll take one.
Right.
Check.
I got to be forced, and we to be allowed to. We to be allowed to. You want to be allowed to
It's
take a
our
video?
stream. It's our stream. We want to
Alright.
stream from side. Yeah. Couple bodyguards behind us to make sure shit don't get out of hand.
It should be a good fight, dude. Is it tonight?
No, it's in 2 weeks. June
Yeah, dude,
7th.
set
Oh, it is
up.
Friday. Friday. We'll never get it. We'll never get it. It's too close. Friday night.
Well,
Fenway Friday night, this Saturday, 5 p.m.
wow.
If you can get me and Mikey in to be able to broadcast, we'd make it happen. I need
we're live, dude.
one kind of outlet. That's it.
We're live.
Yeah, from there. You want to do it from how else?
No,
you
we're
gonna-
live right now. We're live right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're live.
I didn't know we were live, dude. Yeah, I'd go to that. I'd go see I would go see a boxing match. Absolutely.
Yeah.
At Fenway, that would be cool.
We need to do the side by side announce and shit.
Oh yeah, like Joe Rogan at the MMA
Yes.
fights, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, yes, exactly.
Right. I
So
would do that.
if there's anybody that's on now listening to us that wants their own show, all they gotta do is email me. And it's up to you. I'm looking for talent out there. Like if Gail who's here all the time, if she is like an amazing cook and she wants to share that and she wants to
Oh,
talk to her.
yeah.
I want to talk to these people. CPUTOM@gmail.com. Just a heads up, people. We're open
Right.
to that type of stuff.
Ty Glock for me says she's they sent you the announcement video.
She did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it at break.
Oh, cool. Well, so what do you think about yesterday? Wait, did you say 8:00 was the start time today?
Yes, sir.
Oh, come on. How did I miss that? Jesus.
Dude,
I'm
not
sorry
a
I'm
big
late.
deal. Dude, not a big deal. Chill.
Yeah, but I'm
Chill.
like, I know. All right.
It's good, bud. It was a good day yesterday for everybody. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I think yesterday we put a W in the win column on the board.
Oh yeah. Hey, I think I was talking with Eve from True Crime DM last night.
Yeah.
She's onto an angle with Kelly Deaver and some locals. But I'm just saying. And she's got
that is not good.
She's got receipts, dude.
Of course she does.
Like big time, like what the F, dude? Like
Gail, real quick. Gail, I was just using you as an example. Like if you were a great cook and you want to do a cooking show, just send me an email, cputom@gmail.com.
yeah, I had a late night last night. I mean, it's like 8:30.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah. So it was interesting that she came up with this stuff. I'm like, holy shit! I'm like, post it. She goes, I need more information. And then I woke up or whatever it was last night, and I saw what she had. I was like, holy fuck! So hopefully, in the next day or two, after she wraps it all up with her investigation,
Right.
you get to see it. It's if this is where it's going,
Oh
I think
yeah.
the defense needs. I think the defense needs to know about it first, than the public. Honestly, I don't want. I hate doing this to you guys. Honestly,
Mike, we've been down
true
this
crime
road,
disease.
and do we want to take their focus off what they're doing now? We had this
No,
discussion. Do we?
I know, but this is
We
like
can't go. You can't go to the FBI with it.
I don't. I
Yeah.
you know
Then
I don't
welcome
know
to the
what
world. What do you do?
I don't know what you do with it. Yeah, I guess you got to send it to them at least and say, hey, you know what? We knew about
Heads
it,
up.
whatever. Yeah, and then a
Well,
day later or 12 hours later, do what you got to do, post it. But yeah, I would.
I can.
If
I
it
can.
goes where it
All I can
goes,
do is try and put it in front of people's eyes, God. But I mean, that's all we can do, right? Is
yeah,
just
but that kind of defeats the purpose of this. Is like, boom, boom,
yeah.
boom, boom.
It-
Hey,
it-
if we go off air, when we get a minute, I'll call you. I'll tell you what's up, and you'll be like, well, in fact, I know actually it's encrypted now. I can even send it to you what she has. You'll be like, what the fuck?
okay.
Yeah, seriously. Hey,
So
at 9:30, listen, I'm a big boy now. At 9:30, I got my first ever visitor with a doc on my phone. Like you do one of those telehealths.
televisit. Oh, you're
Yeah.
gonna like that, man.
You've done it before?
Don't all the time.
Oh, really?
You know how many doctors I have, Mike?
I can't
You don't want to
imagine.
know. Don't
Yeah.
want to know. I do it all the time. It's great. You don't gotta drive anywhere.
I know. I can't believe it. She's like, want to do telehealth next time? I'm like, what?
Yes.
Yeah, I just talk to you
Yes.
through your phone.
Absolutely.
I'm
And
like,
it's
holy
just
shit.
like this, Mike. Just say and
Yeah.
think of how many doctors can more efficiently.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just on the phone. It's they
Yeah, I
can
know.
see who
You
and
do
they
it. You do a test run. So I did a test run yesterday. And I'm like, holy shit! This is like StreamYard on my
just like
phone.
check. Did you change your name?
Who?
Did you change your name in the program that they make you use when you talk? They ask you for your name.
No.
Sometimes it'll pull from this program. So if you have like blank slapper, right?
Yeah.
It'll come up.
I have like pink slapper on there or something like that.
Something, yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm happy. I made a tweet yesterday and it's doing pretty good. It's just about to crest 100,000 per pot.
No way, really.
Yeah,
I
man.
saw the one you did.
That's it. It's almost
listen,
100,000.
Did you see the trolls that came after you?
Of course.
I fucking slammed them. Slammed them.
The Mama Llama?
Yeah, I crushed.
Yeah.
I go, did you sleep with your son's friend?
Just so listen. People don't know that story. I had
okay.
my retirement taken away. We'll say that. Is that a nice way to put
Well,
it?
yeah, temporarily.
It was removed. My retirement was removed from me, and I had people that were following me from state
Yeah.
agency that's pretty near and dear to all of us. So, person who does that, I believe, possibly might work somewhere that may have
I
some
think she
influence.
works for the AG's office.
That's who, yeah. Yeah,
And I think she works in the medical fraud departments.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. I don't
Hey,
really.
you
know
can
for
hold a
sure.
camera, you can get a job.
Yep.
You're right,
And
lady.
so you did.
I faxed something 8 times to this lady. I have it every time.
Cunty,
The
huh?
book. So yes,
Hey, during one of our
I was a little
commercial
upset.
during one of our commercial breaks yesterday, I didn't realize that we missed Spanky telling the O'Keefes in the world that their father
They edited
OD'd.
it. I think they tried to edit it out of the stream ahead of us.
Well, it's on Twitter. It's
Oh
everywhere.
yeah, no, it's out there. The father.
I mean, I knew that. You knew that.
that
No one else, I mean, everybody else, but no one told the,
like stuff like that. We don't need to repeat it, people.
no,
Like we
fuck
try and
no.
keep some of that stuff from you guys. Not that you don't, not that you guys aren't the adults and the grown-ups. It's we're not here for that. So we make a conscious decision to not bring it up and make it about that. So
Yeah,
just so you guys know, you ready for this? Just so you guys know. So I gotta put this out there. There was a conversation that happened in two names came up within that conversation, and the first thing that happened was Mike said, "How much do you want me to give them?" Like
Yeah.
no questions asked, no
That's right.
questions asked whatsoever. So
Yep.
so they are not for they don't want for not. They like if they need something, if they want something,
I was told this.
it ain't
Yeah.
nothing that's out of
Yeah.
our problem. So if they need help, Mike, we can offer it. That's it.
Yeah. That was my end of my conversation. Like,
Yeah.
who do I write the check to?
End of
I'm
story.
not saying,
Yeah.
I was saying it was gonna be a lot, but I was gonna do something.
Mike, you didn't even ask who you want to make it out to, just for how much? How
Yeah,
much?
right. But
Like,
that was
didn't care.
right around the time of the 24-hour standout.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. These people, I don't know what
Uh,
how the thought process is like. They
You
all,
see it.
I
You
did.
see
Well,
it.
I've never really been exposed to it until I started doing this shit, and I'm like, there's some fucking sick people out there.
How do you murder a kid and then go have a kid?
Oof. Oof. Are you talking about New Hampshire?
Wow. He went,
Oh, yeah.
took care of that problem with his wife, and then went and had a baby with his wife. Not even
Fucking
12 hours difference. I'm good with this guy.
sociopath. Yeah, that guy's a social. That guy is fucking out there, dude.
How do you sleep after that? Legit.
For him,
How?
Tom.
How?
Well, he walked around for 3.5 years, so he's still pretty fucking good, dude.
Dude, how did someone go to sleep after that?
Okay. For all you Catholics out there, and I'm Catholic.
Me
You sit in the
too.
confession. I know you sit in the confessional box, and you say that sin to a father. What is he gonna? What the fuck is he gonna say to you? Seriously,
Uh,
what the fuck? If you drop that bomb inside of a confessional,
Right?
what's protocol?
Like 50 Hail Marys.
Fuck
Get
you,
up
Tom.
there.
No, fuck the fuck. I mean, how can that priest?
I can't. How do you put your head around something like that? Legitimate. Like how does it even come to be? Let's
Well,
start at the beginning of that. Forget about
let's talk
getting
about
in the confessional.
let's talk about his coworkers. What had happened?
The smartest people in the world who do the detective work, them people
Yeah,
who
they
put shit
knew.
together.
They fucking Garrido knew. Fanning knew what they did, and they slept fucking great at night. That's sick. Sick. That's like when you go to war and you got a couple KIAs, right?
Yeah, that
And
happens,
you
unfortunately. Yes.
go back to the United States or whatever.
Yep.
Soldiers have a tough time dealing with it.
Yes. Oh, hands down. Yep. Even
Motherfucker
just
went to work the same day at the same fucking
yeah.
town.
But listen, he was intimate with her, dude. Like he was like
Oh, yes, it's different.
loving
That's what I'm
her.
saying.
He was, and she was in love with him. So that's
Yeah.
a whole deeper level that just
Then
you can't do that to somebody you love, bud. It doesn't
and then
happen.
you promise her a baby to shut her up.
And then
But
she gets pregnant. Okay, well, I was kidding.
she's happy. She's happy now, right? Now I got a love child. Everything's gonna be cool. But when
Right.
she started asking for the money, she got serious. Tom, let's be real. It came
Yeah,
down
well,
to fucking money again. He was gonna pay like $4,500 a month for a love
ouch.
child. He was.
Ouch. And the wife said, "Oh no, no, no."
Do you think she knew?
How can she not?
I don't know, Tom.
How can she not, dude? She sleeps next to this man.
Do you really think she said get rid of it and we're gonna be fine? Come on, man.
I think she said, well, we can't have both. You either
Make the
pick
problem
one
big.
or the other. We can't have both. So to him, easy way out. Take care of that problem. Now he's got both. Doesn't have
No.
this problem no more. Now he's got his wife. And he's
So
the hero. Look what I did for you. Took care of it. Not my fault she killed herself. Not my fault she did what she did. Right? Not my fault. That was the biggest thing. How many
yeah,
people are convinced that did that to herself?
I
How
was
many?
never convinced. There's
There are
motive,
people out
opportunity,
there.
means. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you think there's still people out there that think
Oh,
he doesn't?
I'm
Really?
sure there's people that defend him.
I think we're going to find out a lot more about the town of Stoughton and its internal mechanism of politics.
I know we are because I'm going to court with that guy too. That fool. I'm going to go visit him up there in the federal building. When he goes there, I'm going to be able to go into the courtroom and watch.
July 1st. I
Notes.
want
Yeah,
take
I'm
a
there.
good look at take a good look at his face. I want to know what his eyes see. Are
Okay.
they still black? Are they still
do
fucking
that.
black? Yeah, he's a fucking. If I could, leave me alone for 10 minutes with that guy. I don't care how big he is. I'd give it my best. I'd give it my all.
He-
Oh God,
it
that
would
drives
not
me
be good.
crazy. An innocent girl with your child, and you have the fucking gonads to try to pull that off and almost get away with murder. It's a hell of a story. It's a hell of a book. It really is.
Yeah.
You know? And then to have the whole other side of the police departments working for you, helping you. Hey man, we love you. Don't worry, we got you, bro. Don't worry
Right.
about it. Hey, you know, that's even sicker. To have a fucking DA knowing what's going on with his crew, trying to cover up for a local. He's not, if it was some joke.
Because they've had to cover up for him all the time. Think about that.
And
Think
then
of
his
having
brother,
the power to snuff somebody out
yeah,
or to drop him in the fucking drink.
yeah,
There's a
dude.
serial killer in Marina Bay, guy.
Yeah. It's called the DA.
Someone bumping people off with impunity, guy.
Going out.
It's boating related.
I look like Kurt Ramos from the 85 Legs. I'll take that as a compliment.
I need to get more coffee.
Go ahead.
I love my coffee cup, by the way.
Hey,
yeah.
Chat. I consider my chat like Google now. Like
yes.
I can ask anything and the chat will have it figured out.
Chat's awesome.
Yeah, I watched.
We have the best chat.
No doubt. Dude,
Hands
so funny.
down. Yep.
So
if they could just hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up, make sure they do that stuff too. Because
Tommy, check your X when you get back, okay?
Yes.
I'm sending you what Eve sent me, okay? And I hope she's watching. And we gotta have her back on. Okay, let's be honest.
Open door to that girl. I love having her. I'll wake her up if I had to. Her hands are full with her kids, Mike. And I hate taking 1 second away from that poor girl. I really do.
But this is like,
I know.
Wait. Okay.
I'll look at it.
All right.
But that's why I don't bother Eve as much. She's a sweetheart for all she gives us. You know what I mean? She's like,
I know. All of a sudden, I get this DM.
I'll take all the attention all the time you'll give me. Yes.
I get this DM, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, and I can just imagine.
I don't know if you can.
Hold on.
I don't know if you can. Guys, I wish Eve was in here because I told her to fucking post it. Oh, shall we out? We get a crash course? Fuck. I guess I gotta know, right? Because I can't go through mama. We gotta I guess I gotta know because I gotta go through all that shit, right? Carrie, tell him to show. Okay, I will. Yeah, hey, I'd like to go to that fight, by the way. I think that'd be cool. I haven't been to a boxing match since I got my ass kicked by my brother a couple times. And I really didn't see it. I was on the ground. I remember stepping into the ring. Oh yeah, thanks for my anniversary. Yeah, we had fun. Yeah, it was fun last night. We just sat in the jacuzzi and just had a nice. We had dinner. I made dinner. Sat in the jacuzzi. You know, well, I don't know. It was it was nice. Just watch the birds fly in the birdhouse. That's the question I have for the chat. What what way should you face your birdhouse? And I'm going to tell you what I know. East, right? Because I'm putting more birdhouses up, and I'm sure if you face it the wrong way, like west or south, it doesn't work. So if anybody knows which way to face your birdhouse, let me know. Oh, this troll. Who is it? Who are you? Long Joan Gilbert. Oh, okay, wrong girl. This is the one I've been messing with. She's so funny. We could be heroes with this. I like her. I don't know, man. Does she want to know who I am? I absolutely Tom get attacked yesterday by a couple of trolls, and I just had fun. It was funny. It really was, and they didn't know what to do. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty gross. It was pretty fun. So does Lucky take the stand today? Huh? Listen to John DePietro's tweet. Unconfirmed, but hearing Karen Reed had a meltdown and actually scratched attorney David Yannetti. Does that explain why they didn't arrive in court together? Look at the red welt on the right side of his face. Maybe Marie Russell could take a look at that. Oh my God. Okay, cool. Barrows, Lucky, and Colathizis. That's right. Thank you, Flip. I think it was Flip. Just tell me that. Yeah. Flip, when are you coming back on, bro? I know Auntie Deb wants to get you on there again. You know what I mean? Hubba, hubba, hubba. Oh, you want the true crime stuff? Okay, coming at you right now, buddy. Have you guys seen Flip's newest video? Fuck, man. Is Brit's in the house? Hey, birthday boy. Oh. No, I would pay. No, I would really pay like $2 or something to see DePietro and Turtle Boy just like do like a presidential, debate. Like even though I don't have to president, but the way it's set up, where they stand up there and they're on a stage, and they can do it live stream or whatever, and just they each get asked like there's 10 questions and they each respond to the questions. It would be fucking hilarious. We could make it like a roast too, Good morning, Britt.
Everything's a fucking struggle, man.
Hey, I just sent what I sent you to Flip, and he's got inside.
Oh
shit. Yeah. So
Flip,
yeah.
If he gets a hold of it, it's gonna be not good.
So he's Oh shit. I just sent him the stuff, so maybe he can So it's Barrows, Lucky, and Colathizis today. And allegedly, Colathizis was told by Jen McCabe there's a ring video of Karen hitting JOK.
Yes.
I can't confirm or deny that, but that's good intel. Sorry,
Holy
Flip.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you read what I sent you? Yeah.
I can't. I fucking can't, Mike. It's disgusting.
Oh, she's this girl, Long John Silver. I'm not. Oh, no. Yeah.
That's just so.
How good is that, though?
I can't.
Imagine that.
Can't.
Imagine that. Hey,
no, I don't want to.
Canton is incestuous, dude. It is bad.
Yeah. Is that the word? Is that the word, Mike? Is that really the word to use? Think about that.
I don't know. Well, everybody marries a sister or a husband from another family, and then it's like one.
Oh,
And then
obviously that has to happen,
know,
but Jesus, give us some selection for Christ's sakes. Break up
but
that
that's
freaking
like
gene pool for my
so that
man.
that would be like third, fourth cousin somewhere in there. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out.
It's a lot. It doesn't matter, Mike. It doesn't matter.
And she graduated with Levinson, Brian Jr.
Really? So you're
Yeah.
saying that she knows all these people already?
I
Oh,
gotta read
come
the tweet again.
on.
Yeah, she knows a couple of people that are in the
She
circle
knows
of
a
love.
guy. Oh, I'm sure she knows a guy.
Oh, dude, I'm
Yeah.
telling you, she's got that look like you remember that show, The Girl Wednesdays in it? The black hair. People in the chat probably know.
That was the Adams family, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I will not blow what Eve's got it going on. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not.
don't
No,
know.
not
No.
taking that from her. No.
But you can't keep a secret.
No.
I mean, yeah,
No.
dude, come
Listen,
on, man.
just so you guys know, we need to know
Oh.
some of this stuff so that we can stay away from it. Right? And even if we know about it, we can't even tell her that we know about it. Like it's like that.
Because it's like
Unfortunately.
Eve brings receipts, and I think that's what she's
Yeah. Let
still
her do
doing.
it.
But
She's great at
she's
that.
she's got a couple of them right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of lining up. If Tommy's looking at it now, but
Everything that girl does, yes.
she's
Absolutely
a
yes.
she's an accountant for bar rooms, like like a major, like she does.
She walked in and audit your ass
Yes,
in a day.
she's like I don't do anything without it. Like it just there's no point, if it's not a paper trail or whatever, then
There's a paper trail. Oh my God.
I guess if you online sleuths want to figure it out, look at what issue you're at. So Denver,
This is the
she
shit I've
went-
been getting in my phone for a day, for the whole day. Look at this shit.
dude. Yeah.
I can't.
You want to talk about an incestuous police department, Boston PD, dude. The
Wait a
fucking
minute.
the
And let me
pigs.
say something. Time out.
What's up?
I'm almost positive you and I have been championing from the past year. We've been
What's up?
focusing and talking with the Boston Police Department in this. Why haven't they stepped up? Why are they absent? Why did you send Carl Dougal, who assaulted Karen in the courthouse? Why did you let him, your employee, go to this courtroom? Because you can keep him away, obviously, because they're keeping everybody else away. They let Carl go as a representative of Boston Police Department because they haven't told him to stop going. Personal friend of the family or not, they didn't tell him to stop going. So Boston Police Department, that's what they're sending. Carl Dougal. There's no way in the world they don't know that he's there.
Of course they do.
A bad look for Boston Police Department. They got to step up and knock the shit off. They keep bringing new people in just to shake it up. The people that have been working there 20, 30 years that are the ones that are the problem, they're not leaving. You're just changing the guy at the top and you're keeping him in the dock for a year till you can get somebody else. That's what's going to happen with Canton. They're going to bring somebody in. He ain't going to be able to do it because they're going to bust his chops every freaking step of the way. And they can see you need someone local, Mike. Someone that knows the streets. Someone that knows what the town knows these community.
Well, let's talk about Colonel Noble from New Jersey for a second.
Please.
So now we get a grand jury going. Hey, someone said to show you a coffee cup or show a cup, Glock for me. Okay, there's your cup. All right,
I watched it this morning before I started filming it.
Yeah, Crocs is black. It's COCKS, not COX. Anyways, there's another guy that's retired from Boston PD that really ran the show before he retired. His wife's a judge in Norfolk County too.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You say a judge in Norfolk County?
Yep.
Ain't that kind of funny how that works, Mike?
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, it is so fucking. And I think these guys come to Canton because they know they get protected. I mean, they're insulated. They get, they're around the same like-minded people. They all drink together. They all have families together. It's weird, man.
There you
Fuck
go.
that.
They all go to the same restaurants. You think they want to
Yeah.
walk in with their wife and then get into a fight? No,
No.
they have to play
No.
along.
Yeah.
It's that unspoken rule, Mike. That whisper. Just don't tell nobody. Everybody does it.
Psst,
What?
psst. Like the girl at the Ponkapog Pond that was 62 years old. Not a fucking word.
The invisible one.
Gone. She's gone, dude.
She's gone.
Gone.
Just don't
Well,
exist. Then,
like
That
you
what
said
saying?
though, like you said when we first found out about it, was like she's got to be somebody. She has a paper trail somewhere.
She
They
has
just,
to.
they just chose not to look. That's the state police. They chose not to look.
That could be
Which-
someone's
which-
mother that they're
she's
still
a-
looking for
She's a street worker, you know. We're not gonna bother her, you know, like
in Canton, of all places.
doing the fentanyl fucking fold and shit, you know. We don't have time for that stuff. Who knows though? No one even knows.
That's
Well-
right. That and nobody knows. And there you go, Mike.
Right.
Nobody knows.
Oh, even Flipperhead just texted me back after I sent him that stuff. Wow.
Yep.
So, you know, like him and I have conversations about stuff he finds out, like he wants to post it.
Yeah.
Or I say post it, and I'm like, I don't. You might want to hold off because I'm not gonna lie. Let's call it a year ago, he posted something without sharing with, like, you know, shared with me, and I post that. And let's talk about key cycles, all right? It was a big fucking deal because it showed the hands of the defense, and he didn't know it. At the
Right.
time, he didn't know it. He just
Correct.
figured it out. Him and Jukebox Grad figured it out, and they posted it. And he got an email from, let's see, a defense attorney on Karen's team.
Please
Hey,
take
dude,
that down.
no, just next time, can you just
Bounce it
here's
off
my
us.
here's our email? Can you just, because he's that good? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. And I was like, dude, that's a feather in your cap, man. You know, honestly, that's a feather in your cap, man. I don't know why you do what you do, but he loves what he does. But this is what he does in his spare time. This is what the shit he fucking, you know, criminal minds, one of those criminal mind guys. You know,
Listen, again, right? Anybody that has information that's going to help Karen Reed, they've given it. They've given it. I've given mine a year and a half ago. Everyone's given it, Mike.
Wait till we hear what Colovis is going to say. If she says what we just said, she said,
bad.
Jim McCabe has entered the chat again. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is fucked up. And everybody, I mean, let's you know, do you call Proctor? Fuck yeah. You absolutely call. How does Proctor hurt you? How does he hurt you, Tom? Anybody in the chat know? Because I'm trying, people say, well, he might hurt the defense. How? The guy's a piece of shit. How do you reconstruct that guy?
It wasn't him. But then again, just like the girl who lives in Canton, who worked in Canton, doesn't know nothing about Canton.
But you can believe that Hank was reading the Texas yesterday about Furbush, and he fucking put it out there that their fucking father died from an overdose, and the kids had no idea. That guy's got. You want to talk about an asshole? You want to talk about a fucking asshole? And you put that kid from Milton up. You put the kid from Canton up there. That's just a friend of Bears, and he's up there reading Texas, and I don't feel comfortable doing this. And Hank's like, I'll do it. I'll do it.
He did too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Now, do you understand why I'm afraid of Mr. Reed going up there? I'm petrified. That's why I say no to Mr. Reed, because of what happened yesterday. I don't trust Hank.
They would probably, knowing Spanky just to fuck with people, he'd go back 30 years of his bullshit business trying to find something, right?
You gave this kid a C+ when he deserved a C-. Why did you do that?
Why did you hire your daughter? Why did you push your?
I would feel horrible for Mr. Reed if he got half the treatment that Hanky could give him. And it's just he don't deserve that.
To your point, Tom, you just proved it to me, and I believe you now. I understand why, because what he did yesterday with the Furbushes.
Yeah.
Nothing's off. Nothing.
If he went to the judge, could we leave this out? What's Auntie Bev gonna say?
No, yeah, it's in. It's in.
But if I think discretion is better part of valor, I think Auntie Bev would have called Sidebar and say, listen, this isn't public knowledge. Keep it in, keep it out. Hank kept it in. Remember that. Hank kept it in. That does nothing to help Kieran
How
Reed.
did, how did
Nothing.
Hank? How did Hank know it was an overdose?
It's in the police reports.
I
It's in the
mean,
texts.
well, if Tom, they wouldn't have got the insurance money. I don't know.
That's right.
So something there's some finackery going on with that. I'm
You
just
don't
saying this,
say.
Sergeant Good. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Did the
So,
O'Keefe family a solid that day? Or the
but
Furbish family a solid that day?
exactly. You
Just so
guys
you know.
get it? You guys see? How did Proctor know? Exactly.
How,
Proctor was probably the one investigating the whole thing, taking care of it.
so word around the streets in the department was it wasn't actually a natural. I don't even want to say this. I don't even want to say this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, you got to. It's already out there, dude. Ain't
So
that genie's left the building.
yeah, the
Fuck
word
the
around the street
bottle.
was that it was just a natural heart attack, and it was cocaine induced. Just so you know.
Yeah. He OD'd
But
on his wife's
so when
grave
they
because he missed
found the
his
body,
wife.
when they found the body, they just took it off of him. And then they didn't do a tox report. They were told not to. The police report was written up differently. So they got the money. That's yeah.
But you know what, though? Time out. The
And
guy
St. Louis.
loved his wife. He loved his wife.
Oh, that's what killed him. Well, he killed himself. My point
Yeah.
is that that's what drove him to that. Like he felt all alone.
Yeah. No, listen,
Imagine, okay,
when your
imagine being
soulmate
part.
leaves, bud, what do?
Well, imagine being part of that family, and
No.
then all of a sudden your wife dies, who's an O'Keefe, and you're gonna be like, oh, they're gonna be here to help. The only one that was gonna be there to help him was John. He's the only one that stepped up.
Yeah, it was all him. Wow.
You know, it was different. It was weird. I'm sure Mr. O'Keefe Sr. was there too, as much as
Yeah.
he could.
Well, he can only do so much.
Yeah, question. Sounds like a sharp. Yeah,
But listen.
you're right
They
on the money, girl.
Yeah.
It
I don't know.
was. But it was one of those weird situations where you're
The whole
damned if you
thing's
do and you're
weird.
damned if you
That's
don't.
right. The whole thing's
Right?
a weird situation. You can't get out of that. You can't.
Right.
You can't not.
So it's like, do I fuck the kids over, the whole family over, and it's all the kids are like what 6 and 7 or what are they? 10 and 6 at the time, whatever the fuck they were.
Hank could have kept that away from the public.
Oh yeah, the Furbish, yeah, the grandparents wanted the kids, and
Yep. Unreal.
yeah, it's crazy, dude.
What is going to happen today?
I told you. I think Cola I can't say the name. Is going to say some good stuff. Yeah, it's going to drop a bomb. It's going to drop a bomb today.
Fingers crossed.
According to Turtle Boy,
according
to Flip Ahead.
Okay.
There'll be some bombs dropped today.
I'm liking that idea. All right.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. It's pronounced Coca-Cola. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's bad either way. And I'm sorry, but we can do better than that.
I didn't know life insurance covers for suicide.
No, it doesn't.
I know. Oh, so this girl, Bev Jackson says my life insurance covers for suicide. That's horrible. First of all, I hope I never have to use it. I'm sure. I don't think it was
the medical examiner. Who was the medical examiner, Mike?
For Furbish? What happened in Norfolk County? So that either happened in. Oh, Tom. You can find that out.
We already know.
It wasn't Scotty Bello.
Oh, that name sounds familiar, Mike.
And if Donkey Lips called down there and said, "Hey, I need this one to be this," and I'm sure it wasn't whatever you did, it wasn't intentional.
Listen, the 2 kids at home, blah 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 blah.
Oh yeah. You need to do us a solid on this one. We know what happened, kind of thing. Wasn't like he's found in his garage,
How do these people sleep at night, Mike?
They don't.
It's got to be why they drink so much. It's got to be why. There's no other reason. Poor John. He didn't know what he was getting into.
He tried to be his best, man.
Yeah, he didn't know. That sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry guys for that this morning. Didn't mean to take it down that road.
Somber morning this morning. Sorry. Yeah.
It's just I think we're all feeling pretty bad for the kids. You know,
Well, I
think
didn't realize we missed it during one of our commercial breaks, and it popped up. Oh, like you said, they backed up on Twitter. So I came out on Twitter. I'm like, what? That actually happened, and I found it. And I'm like, holy shit, dude! Suck a
yeah,
dick. Suck a dick.
bad one.
That,
Speaking
that just
about
told,
that's
told
what
me a,
Jim
that
McCabe
just
said.
told me a lot about Hank Brennan too. Like it's like
He's
it
trying.
really had no bearing on the
Zero.
case,
No.
right?
Imagine
Why
that.
read the Texas dude? Seriously.
That's what the whole thing we were talking about the other day. It doesn't move that forward in any way by bringing that up. Zero.
That's the
I'm
way that's the way I
yeah.
saw it, dude. I'm like,
It's
what?
just
What? Why would you say that? Who are you trying to like? Who are you trying to? You were trying to resurrect Proctor, or do you think the defense was going to get him on the stand and use that one?
let me tell you something. Let me tell you
Because
something I learned before a long time ago. Do you think the insurance company is going to come and want their money back? Oh, I think they do. I think they will. Think
are you
about that one.
serious?
Yeah, an insurance company. Their job is to take the money, dude. Nothing else. They don't give it out.
I know they work in algorithms, but I mean
Yep. Well,
probabilities.
if if they look into that now and it ends up being determined it was something else, guess who's on the
Oh,
hook?
same old story is telling me that Jen and Peg are no longer talking. She says she has a pretty good sauce. I believe it because
I hope it's not over the kid. Mm-hmm.
the other Kirk study went, how did Proctor know about Karen's medical condition? Jim McCabe.
Right away. That's right. She's right on the money.
Oh, this is gonna get fucking good and roasted this week.
Comma, that's enough to put you in the ground. Yep.
What's up?
Policy's 500K, but if she personally does it to herself, they only get 50.
Holy fuck!
So it's
I
like,
get
why?
I get a milli. I get a milli.
Yeah. Let's not talk about this. Can we not?
That's motive, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm gonna cancel that motherfucker. Fuck that. My wife looks at me with that weird eye sometimes.
John had to go through that, and that was somebody thought that.
I listen to all these crime podcasts tonight, like when I'm going to sleep, and you hear a lot about insurance policies being taken out like 3 months prior, 3 months. Yeah, it's like 500K, 300K. I'm like, dude, if you gotta go big, go big. Don't fucking, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's how I think.
I don't know. I don't even like talking about it.
All right, man. Sorry.
No, it's
Come on, just do it. Like, do it. Kids, but I don't even know what my wife has for health for insurance. I don't get involved with dollars and cents anymore. It's fucking kind of cool.
yeah. It's the best. I don't do math either. I boycott.
I just fucking yep. You want to do it? Yep. Yeah, there you go. No problem. It's a lot easier too, man. Oh, I just got that 51st dates.
Yeah, you like that one?
That's good. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. What do you think Barrows is going to say today?
The taillight was cracked.
And do you think Barrows will be up there a little bit longer on because it's our witness? What do you think? How do you think Brennan's going to attack that? How do you, if you're Brennan, how do you attack that testimony from Officer Barrows?
I don't know. I mean, what do they say? Well, what can they say?
I'm trying to go back to last year what Lally did because
I think he didn't do much, did he? He didn't jump on him like we thought, and he was
neither the defense. The defense
right. We thought they'd do more, and he didn't. Remember, we were all kind of stumped.
Barrows was like trying to just ask me anything you want. Ask me the questions.
And he was there. And she won't let him come in uniform.
That's okay. I'm all right with that.
Yeah, but
Bev is rocking a whole new world over here, dude. So if you never thought you'd seen it in a courtroom before, well, you're seeing it now, okay? Whatever you think is going to happen in her court, it'll happen. I mean, it's going to happen. She'll never allow that, or whatever it might be, or
so with that said, what how many sidebars? How many sidebars?
oh yeah, shit, get your sidebars up.
I'm going 9.
All right, and the 50-50 money raffle is there a sidebar off the rip? First thing when Bev gets in there, Jim, get you a mimosa and sidebar.
It's only Tuesday. Think of that, people.
Oh, we had 10, we got 13, 10.
Yeah, you know,
Okay.
I have an issue.
8, Sunshine Shannon only with 8. Wow, she's going low. 13 for Killer. Beach Bomb 15. Wow, that's the big one for the day. Jesus.
I'm kind of pissed at the
11.
hummingbird people. I got friggin' these feeders, dude. There's
Dude,
nothing.
I saw one this morning. I got one this morning.
I'm pissed.
I got a hummingbird.
I'm pissed. I'm gonna smash these things on the ground.
5,
me off.
11, 8, 14. They're all over the place today. Someone's saying I'm 13 or 10. Debbie's 9. Wendy's 12.
I'm gonna make that number,
Miss
Deb.
Deb-
Me and
Miss-
Deb got
Debbie-
9.
13. Wow, there's a lot of people over 10 today.
Yep.
There's a sidebar right now. The downstairs and fucking mixing up mimosas.
Heather, I bought 5 hummingbird feeders.
Bird buddy feeder. Okay.
And
I was
I
asking
filled them all
Tom, when you put a new bird feeder up, are you supposed to face east with the hole? That's what I was told.
After you use that smoke stuff, you gotta do that
I don't
stuff.
know.
Yeah. You have to
Oh.
cleanse it first. No, but they're hitting. I have one feeder that they won't leave alone, and it's an old one, an old glass one. They won't leave that
RBA.
one feeder alone. The new ones I got, they won't touch them. I'm pissed. I want
7 minutes and 28 seconds of an old is slow. RBA. He is my calculator for my clock, my chiming clock. Yeah, my sister.
Erica, 2 minutes is number 11. Okay,
That's wow.
that's a good number. I think that's a solid number. I think right there, Mike.
You want to hear something cool? Amazon sells a bird feeder with a camera on it that you can get an app for and put it on your phone.
Every time they land, it
Dude.
takes a picture.
Oh my god, that's so cool! I'm
Yes.
like, what? And then she'll just like text me like, look at this rare bird or whatever it is. I'm like, holy shit!
Yep.
The clarity of I want to get one of those for a hummingbird though.
The freaking things won't. I'm trying to get them to come over here. The freaking things. I'm pissed. What else
So
do
you
I
have
gotta do?
You have one feeder that's working very well, and others that aren't.
They're hammering it, dude. They all and they're fighting over it. They're chasing each other off and stuff. They're pissed.
Oh, the
It's fun.
territorial.
They love it. They love
the
one. That's
territorial.
one feeder. Yeah, but I got 5 up. The 4 I got. Other ones aren't doing jack. Not even like.
Cop
Oh,
start. I have
wait a minute.
one.
Speak of the devil. One just showed up and looked at it and left. Like they just went by. Like, dude, yeah, that's for you. It's like he flipped me off and he's at the bigger one, I bet.
Whoever gets the closest gets a date with Monkey. Well, he paid, but Shelby, are you pimping me out? What's going on? Shelby.
Easy.
Tom calls the birds the friggin' things.
Yeah, hummingbirds. Yeah,
That's funny.
I sit out there and I sit and I watch them, and they're pretty cool, but they only hit one of my feeders, and it's pissing me off. I want like.
When you're out
smoke.
there smoking,
Like
how close are you with the cigarettes?
I don't know.
A ways away.
Yeah, I'm away, but they still hit the other one.
Well, I'm saying the hummingbirds love red and orange.
Yeah. Yep. I have red and orange feeders, but they ain't touching them. Pissing me
shit.
off. Yep. One of them things.
Oh fuck. Sound bites for days.
What else?
Oh, the
What
Young
else?
Jerks is all over. Hey, the Young Jerks is all over Josh Kraft Boston to look into Commissioner Cox's actions. See, we told you.
Good boy. Good.
I told
Good.
you.
That
Kraft,
boss.
if you want to get behind Kraft, you want to change up the police. Mayor Wu's just a lay down doormat for these guys. Yeah, whatever you want to do, I don't care. Arrest those 2 protesters over there that are making fun of me. That happened the other day.
I
First
think,
Amendment's being trampled in Norfolk, also in Boston. You know, and it's just it's crazy to see.
Mike, I think a lot of information comes out of this channel in a long time. For months, we've been putting it out there, putting it out there, putting it out there. And if you've all been privy to hanging out, that's what you have. You've all been great. You all get it. Just we don't put it in a way that it's easily seen.
Kelly
Um,
Diva at one
Yeah,
time was a little
one and 4, 1 scoop of sugar and 4 cups of water, and I mix it up. They eat it. They
the
love
sugar.
it. Yeah,
My father-in-law's a genius. That stuff.
yeah. Don't use red. Blind them.
You won't buy the pre-made stuff or what that crap is. I don't know. Kelly, just remember too. Kelly Diva she lost some weight before the trial. She's a bit heavier. So just so you know. Oh,
Jury's
trials up.
coming in. Yep, I got it.
It's 9/11.
You are unmuted.
You are Jimmy.
Yeah.
Another mimosa. So did Murray Russell have dinner with Lou O'Donnell last night?
Persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, hold an indictment within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I'd say the Commonwealth. You got that right.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Morning, Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no.
The only thing we did was we looked you up, you
Anyone
fucking
happen to
drunk
see,
cow.
hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should be.
So if I log off, Tony, I get that what do they call that doctor's thing? I gotta do
Brennan, you can
telehealth.
set up if you want to.
It's at 9:30.
Yeah, not a big deal, bud. Really, it's all
I'm
good.
just gonna go to the side of my office and just sit down and do it.
Just turn the camera off and the microphone, and
No,
you're good.
I'm gonna let you. No, I'm gonna let you guys listen to it.
Oh no, you can't do that. No, we don't want that. No, I'd know. We're good.
That rash you have down in your
Kind of like it.
you're sick.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
There we are.
Still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Russell.
May I?
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on
Objection.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions
Organize
in
it.
organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jesus, here we go. Hanky Pank. Are you trying to discredit her off? Look at this lady. She's my like she's my a great aunt. Like
anything he can do, anything he can do.
That's
Listen,
right, Tom. I agree with you. You
Yeah,
don't put
it's
Mr. Reed up
bad.
there. You don't.
No.
You don't put Mr. Reed up there. Fuck that.
Everyone that did Cash App in Venmos, I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much for everything. The Venmo's up top, and the Cash App is $.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
CPU Tom.
You
Maybe
had
Tom, we can
testified
get a
on
better
December
camera.
22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered?
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with your report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Alessi.
And Mr. Alessi, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Look at her.
Yes.
Okay. And so, did Mr. Alessi help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your
There you
memory
go.
different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but, you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
You had any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential
And
diagnosis.
so, after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
Yes,
you
please.
testified to. You want to
Yes.
see it again?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I ask you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Well, did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Alessi.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
That's a sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we
during the
didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Well, did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of
Wow.
the sequestration
No, I did
order
not.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
Oh my God, no!
There's a driver.
Okay, who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver.
When
Oh,
you-
no, I wasn't with him yesterday, no. Not in the car yesterday, no.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out, when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to this sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver, yes.
Well, who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just a sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday, with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red
That's-
Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning?
How's he know
other than
this?
You should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question.
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No,
I'm sorry, but I'm asking you about this case.
that was
I-
it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some there must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about
Yeah,
the weather
he
and say,
can.
hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
Real.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he talk? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask
I-
for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Transcript. Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. Take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than, you couldn't be 100% certain?
That looks consistent.
Okay. Do you want more time with the transcript?
No.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date,
Yes,
may I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that, disregard that, James.
May I approach?
Yes. What page you want us to?
23. June 21st, 2024, Doctor?
June 20.
Page 23, line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? And what did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you. Have that back?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you.
I don't
You
think
gave
the
your
jury
opinion,
cares.
Not this year, last year. You agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it,
Sure.
that sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Do you remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes,
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you described methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There
For
is no
instance.
standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source, there is no recognized community, there's no certification, there is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer-reviewed articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer review articles written by, esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier. The article with the lead author of Dr. DeMunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
No,
Jesus.
Absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make, and nurse practitioners and the like, make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here.
Tommy, I'm
Let's
logged
focus
on to something
dog
else,
bites,
all right?
If you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating
I'm
dog
here
bites
too.
as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that
Hi, guys.
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my
It's your
strong
text, Mike.
interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the method and the articles that I read, the numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely wanted to be in this case. You weren't sought out, you sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs, and that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could have caused these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's
Hank, dude,
arm.
you're a
And I wanna
fucking
ask you some questions
douchebag.
about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5?
Which did you call
sorry, this
4?
one,
4,
5.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay. So as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we could have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay.
4, 5,
When you
6.
testified on June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe
course.
so, but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the
He is-
transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
Oh, shut up, Hank, you fucking douche.
So, do you remember your testimony?
For each
Of course she does.
specific day, no. I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
I can't
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring
He
your
makes
transcript
me
up to remind
so
you, but if you have an
angry.
opinion,
And trust me, it's coming across to the jury, too. You know what I mean?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Is my mic
So
lower
let me
now?
ask you before we
Is
talk
it better?
about
Yeah, you're
what you
fine.
said at the
Yeah, you're
beginning.
fine, yeah.
What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology.
Cop's
and you
daughter, I
have a
scared
certain
myself. I
standard where
turned
you
my
can
mic down.
Identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape, and very similar to the nails that the canine teeth of dogs. So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell the difference between teeth and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Individually, well, okay, that's a very interesting question. Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar
honest,
appearing
right?
wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
Well, when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
It wasn't until I began asking you questions and you had inconsistent answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of medical certainty? That what?
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails. That is different than saying, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that it was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder, right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. Nails on a dog, oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the, at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh, yes. Depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails, do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year, teeth or claw marks, right?
I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding.
So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
He's officially a douche canoe. He's officially a douche canoe. He is in there. He's paddling up the douche canoe river.
Yes.
But what about
He's a douche, dude.
the puncture wounds on the outside of the clothing?
Well, I'm sure Bob will get her on the
When you first testified
redirect.
on June 18th, Doctor, you were asked questions.
Mikey, it's
trying
up
to
shit creek
identify
in his douche
Yeah.
canoe.
what that wound was.
Yeah.
You did June 18th,
Yep.
2024 testimony.
SCHITT.
Page 37, line 7, the questions begin, and you were asked what you thought they were.
Okay.
You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Questionnaire, Mike. Fucking questionnaire.
Oh, what a prior testimony, dude.
Yes, I said that,
Fucking-
which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your point,
Okay.
Brennan? You lost the jury, dude. Look at him. He's trying to grab the piece of paper from her.
Yep.
She won't give it to him. I love it. Look at him. Look at his smirk.
Thank you.
Oh, he won't even look like he's like.
That was your first
oh.
testimony last year, yes?
Imagine him being your
Yes.
father or something.
No.
Fuck him.
No. Forget
He's
it.
totally lost the. He's totally lost the jury. That's somebody's like great aunt up there.
Oh,
I
unfortunately,
think he's
doing-
on
doing his
when
job.
women go and buy a douche
And
at
then did
CVS.
you
He's on
testify
he's
a
on the
couple days
bottle.
later
Has this guy been
and
around you
again
lately?
repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm
There we
asking
go.
if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
Yeah.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report,
Yes,
after your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding number one? Do you remember changing that opinion?
no,
Do you remember changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
no.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes,
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines,
correct,
and the smaller ones are incisors.
correct,
There are 6 incisors in a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth and even more specifically canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to
Show
being
me.
very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
Show
I
me.
became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed your report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
And so after you did your report, you shifted from teeth and nails to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified, December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged, and each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth. And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth.
Top-
Canines are some of the teeth.
Upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact is there, and the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you, how could a dog pull this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Before you allow.
Do you remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle pulled this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Remember that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so, inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone, let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound up
Yes.
there, closest, I agree, yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me, yep, four, same. Looking at the wound alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for five and same for six.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny, pinpoint almost, lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with your methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number two, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these, overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that
No.
your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the
Okay.
exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these two scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these not exact, these two linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You've shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clearer opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
No, I'm going to object to the word that was used and has been done before.
Mr. Brennan, word it differently.
Sorry?
Word it differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Can
approach?
you just hold 1 second? Could you please turn the fan off, Paul? Joyce, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better? Thank you very much, Officer DeLong.
May I approach?
Yes.
From your December hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth. Weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5?
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent incisor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set
Yes.
up there close to the shoulder, and then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said I'm not sure.
And then, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you done?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. What is it? So, however, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So, this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper, and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter-of-factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believe.
And today, you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You were
Yes.
asked, what do you think? And you didn't say, well, not 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone, you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
Hank's badgering is ridiculous.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
I don't know.
This is where he loses it, Shelby. Right there.
Do
This
you
is where
think
it,
this
like,
in any way
all
could be
this
caused by
bullshit.
dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
Yes, could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Mm-hmm.
A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me. Pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part of the arm?
Exactly what I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a lever, locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty,
That right there
these are a number of different dog strikes, and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that this That's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any
You're just
evidence
giving
that
him
the
a
dog's
medical
lower
opinion.
jaw,
What the
you
fuck?
said maybe upper, maybe that the
Well,
lower
how can she
jaw,
give it
even
a
once-
medical
once
opinion when
this
there's
whole
no
event
peer review or any
penetrated
other,
Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
Nothing
medical
penetrated
book
the
that
skin.
says that this is going to
There
be
was
a
no
dog bite?
actual
It's like
penetration
you have
of
to
the skin.
observe
These
it,
are abrasions.
listen to the
But
patient,
I
or listen
yes, I
to another
believe that
person,
this may
or see the dog.
these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can
Oh,
you
for
tell us
fuck's
to a
sake.
reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other part?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, put that back up, please, was
It's using the
caused
jury,
by a
according to
dog?
Jess Machado.
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that
Now
arm?
he's
where you can
changing the
say to a
question.
reasonable degree of
But he
medical
does.
certainty, the lower jaw
But if
caused
defense were to do any of this,
any of
that
those
would be
abrasions.
literally on their case.
I believe there are
Yeah.
several
Neat.
areas where there's impact from the
Fucking
lower
bias.
jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along.
Thank
When
God.
you first talked about these wounds again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be,
Well, you have the
Specific.
opinion today, and I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
thank
Do you
you.
have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws?
Shut the fuck up,
Yes.
Brendan.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike
I'll allow it.
comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Where's the fucking transcript? You fucking snake. Rat fuck. Oh, Aiden's inside the courtroom.
Oh, good.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's
He's
separate
worse
these
than
bottom
a
wounds.
snake.
Do you have an opinion
Calling
to
Hanky a
reasonable
snake is a
degree
diss of snakes.
of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable
Mikey,
degree
are
of
you
medical
watching
certainty
TV
whether
Twitter?
these were
Yeah.
caused by either dog teeth?
No,
or
I'm not.
dog
I'm reading
claws?
a motion that
opinion.
was just filed.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
All right, I'm jumping on
Individually,
right
no.
now.
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc, correct?
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's 2 linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed, you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends, it depresses. So you could have 2 prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the
Where's Chloe?
measurement between the 2 can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it? The distances-
Again,
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question with that, so I'm going to let that in.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by 2 canine teeth.
And these, the distance between these 2, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What did you come up with?
Visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No, I
actually
did
measure
not.
them? Did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them as you studied these wounds? Did you go through that process during your
Yeah, I can hear you showing up.
methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different
My
points
bad.
are. So my own
If I don't,
measurement
I might
would not
poke
be
and might
accurate
throw
because there's no
something.
scale in the picture.
Why did
all
you go
good,
through the
girl.
process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper or report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is, it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, Doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with the car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition
So if you're-
methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to say that these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with. And and that forms a basis for me.
Do you really
Quinn.
think,
Did you finish that answer, Dr.?
No.
did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry, please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis, part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case,
Yes. Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information, that's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction, no.
Did you ever go to any academy for training to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of
Accident-
accident
Yes.
investigation, yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to
She
say that
doesn't
you're not
need to be an
ACTAR
accident
qualified?
reconstructionist. She's a fucking doctor
I'm going to sustain.
with years of
Are you
experience,
ACTAR
decades.
qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about
gone to a car
the
scene.
cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors,
Have you
yes.
studied that before you gave this
Studied.
opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
Not before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height?
Holy
Mr.
shit, look at
O'Keefe
that motley
was
crew.
standing out?
Holy
Did you ever
fuck.
do that?
I have looked at
And
photographs.
when you looked at the photos, did you see
Karen loves it.
How you do this all day and then not yell at your
elbow?
I'm literally
would
over
be
here
the exact
not to yell.
height of Miss Reed's broken taillight. Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a
Bullshit.
similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Miss Reed's broken taillight?
Oh, my
and
God,
see if where
Hank.
the break was?
You lost the
corresponded
jury, dude.
closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Miss Reed's Lexus was
Fastly?
traveling
Okay.
on January 29, 2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Okay. Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass in the picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when you were forming your opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at the pants?
I don't know if I looked at the pants.
So when you say you didn't see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see anything?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pants, photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as possible?
So let's, yes, we'll come to Sidebar, Mr. Chairman.
Sidebar.
Of course they went to Sidebar.
Hank is literally the biggest piece of shit I've seen in this trial. You with me?
I'm like sitting here like, are you like, it's not in her expertise. Yes, we know this. She wasn't put on as a witness to talk about the supposed collision.
Respect your elders. Respect your elders, dude. You know, like, come on, man. Just
he has no respect for anybody.
He's just trying to bully her, like Martha just said in the chat. Like, you're right. I feel like she's being bullied, but she's keeping her own. She's like, you know what, dude? I forgot more than you know about the shit. So why are you even questioning me? And I think he's losing the jury. I really do, because they're all younger people, and they're like, that's like my great grandmother and my grandmother right now. Okay, stop it. You know, wait till Garrett Wing gets up there. You know, the dog bite guy. That
I can't wait for that. Oh my God, it's gonna just take it home.
Because he's a younger guy, and like Aiden's saying, he's a younger guy. He'll stand toe to toe with Brandon, like, and just, you know, won't be as can I see my transcript or whatever that shit he's trying to do. But yeah, I just enough of badgering poor Dr. Russell. She's going to win the sympathy of the jury, and you're doing yourself an injustice by doing this. He's saying this. He's asking the same question, just in a different way. One time, asks a question, and then re-asks the same question a different way. And
it's exactly what he's doing.
You just said in your own testimony, how do you forget? You just said it. How do you not remember that? And she just sits there like, oh my God.
Like, what are you talking? So have transcripts ready. Have transcripts ready. He was caught in a lie yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Bro, you would think like, have the fucking transcripts ready. Stop fucking lying.
I don't know what town he's originally from, but I know where he lives now, Connor. I don't know. But I'm not going to be the one doing that. But I just, I would never do that to a witness. I don't care if she's that old. If she was hostile and she was giving me, you know what I mean? I would, yeah, I'd be, but she's not. She's just being super nice to him, and he's taking her kindness for weakness, but she's not giving it up. She's not giving it up. Yeah. How do the anti see this? Because they get human emotions. They're like, Jesus Christ, Hank's an asshole. Hank's an asshole. He really is an asshole. He's literally bombing his career right now. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. But hey, you know, he's smarter than me, right? Well, that's debatable.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah, he's debatable. Yeah, ask for the reports. What did I say? Let me read that, please. And I love how she reads more and doesn't hand it back to him, and he gets pissed.
Him creepishly looking over her shoulder while she's reading it, like, bro.
Yeah. Well, I hope she farts and like he stands there, has to smell it as she's reading more. Like she's reading more.
It's a silent but deadly, though. A silent but deadly. He just lets it out, and it's just wafts in his face.
Wafts right in his face, and she's sitting there holding the transcript, just pretending to read as she's gassing him. Blah, blah. And she's like, "Oh, I had lobster last night. Sorry."
Yeah, Petty, I can't go anywhere in public after being on this, because if they hear me laugh, if I go out to like anywhere out of Western Mass, my laugh will be recognized.
Yes, you do have a very distinctive laugh. Yes.
Yeah.
People are talking about Garrett Wing's testimony will be so much better. But you know what? Dr. Russell, she went out with Lou O'Donnell last night, had a nice meal of food. Whatever. They're dog bites. Just call them what they are. He's trying to outsmart her, and she's smarter than him when it comes to medical shit, right? And she's like one of the first people to actually go out there and to start to testify about dog bites, which I'm sure there's not a lot of cases about, but I'm sure there will be with insurance claims, So she's trying to keep herself busy in the world of medicine by, elaborating on dog bites, potential dog bites, not a dog bite. And you have to take into consideration, like a builder, he can build 1,000 homes, right? By looking at shit, he can build a set of stairs and figure out what the steps need to be. Just how you've been doing it for so long. Same thing applies here. Like, it's just the way you see things and diagnose the problem. Okay,
all right,
dog. Really?
Sidebar number 1, check.
I thought that was 2, but go ahead.
Is that 2? I don't know. I'm trying. Everybody remember, I'm pimping Mike out, so we have to have a good guesstimate. That's.
Oh, Jesus. Your phone must be ringing off the hook then.
Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with the motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see the bushes in the photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe lay?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
I love it.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are there instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries, correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that received injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions, about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios,
And when you
several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity, no significant injuries from the neck down, and so yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground. I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes,
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask any
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Could I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that that there was one shoe off, correct?
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware, I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat there is not 2 inches of snow? It looks like dirt and grass.
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, it could be. If the ground was frozen, if it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
You can take that down, please. Would there be any significance in your study, in the foundation of your opinion, that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm? Was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours.
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having a trouble
Okay.
understanding the
It's
question.
my fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering as much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle, yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken and missing pieces, yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken in considering this conclusion?
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, a car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time it?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So you, in your
Nice.
investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken.
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the, not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of her right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be, I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video.
Oh, Jesus,
Put
semantics.
up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your?
Oh, no, it was
I
from a
think I've
video.
seen that picture before.
And
The
could we
car,
have
the vehicle parked, yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, and in this case you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision, do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I listen? Did I take witness statements?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No, what do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about, did I hit him or something of that? What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020, Nightline, docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact or collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They they act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
Yeah, no. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see?
Are you fucking kidding me?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you
love
the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, aren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please? On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
Wow. Wow. Number 3 on the sidebar. Yes. How do you think they're thinking right now? Oh, is that Jen McCabe's daughter in the background there? It is. Wow. Wow. Look at Peg. Hey, baby. How you doing? Right? How you living, Biggie Smalls? Always wearing the black and white. I don't know what that means. Pay years for dog treats. That's right, guys. He's bouncing all around on different people's testimony just because she's a doctor.
That's exactly what he's doing. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, he's like, do you remember this? Do you remember that? Do you remember this? Do you remember that? I don't know. Like it's annoying. It's if I'm annoyed, she's annoying the jury. I'm just gonna say that. God damn it. I can't stand. I truly hate that man. I really do.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm like
yeah. Who's
and
just
everything that she says is as a
Shelby?
Doctor.
Shelby, are you watching TV? Are you watching the screen right now?
Yep.
Who's that guy with the braid right there? That guy right there in the front row. What I'm to say right now with his elbow up. Who's that guy? Is that Lou O'Donnell's boyfriend? What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. I think that's Jen McCabe's daughter behind him right there. And there's Jen McCabe's sister to her left. You can't see her. Yeah. Oh, man. I bet you she's, Cola Thesis has daughters that are the same age as her. That's interesting. But that's a guy. Was Auntie Deb. That's a guy, dude. Totally a guy. Am I right? No? Holy shit. Why is Paul smirking? He's finally awake today. Where's Turtle Boy?
He's thinking about glazed donuts.
Oh God, yeah. He's like, oh yeah. Look at he's like, he's listening to the sidebar right now. If he's getting off on the fact that Dr. Russell has been up there for 2 hours or so, and this is kind of funny. That's kind of stupid. What is that? Like, I think that guy was like, I'm gonna lift weights for a while, but then I'm gonna decide to do a Bruce Jenner kind of thing. And here I am. Love me.
Bruce to Caitlin.
Just love me for what I am, right? Right. Just love me for what I am. I'll punch your lights out. Hey, hello, how you doing up there? And how you I'm gonna punch your lights out if you fucking say the wrong thing. Mike, I know who you are. Damn. Damn. What's the McCabe's got a little cross out like mom told me to wear. Come on, you haven't been to church in fucking ever.
Her arms
right?
are crossed just like her mother.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at this thing here. Oh my God. Look at her face. Look at her bone. Oh my God. Who told her to wear her hair like that? Jesus Christ. Look at the shoulder. Look at the shoulders on that thing. Holy shit. She's like a Viking.
Yep.
Jesus. Too sexy for this court. Too sexy for this court. Watch out. I just might escort. Oh my
I need to quit
God.
smoking.
Right. I bet you get to see one of the McAlberts like in Penthouse soon doing a spread for the money. Betcha. Yep. Hate dad, had daddy issues the whole life and mommy issues. And this thing here on the far right that's still in love with John. Please, girl.
You
took a guy's leg off on the bridge.
Stage 5 clinger status.
Yeah,
you
stage
were
5. No, you look at Klinger. You look at Klinger in the dictionary. There's a picture of her. Right? Come on.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I can't. Oh, I dated John 20 years ago, but I wear his badge around my neck.
Yeah. And he said 5 other girlfriends, 10 other girlfriends in between you and now. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, man.
It's the
That
one
guy's-
that got away.
Yeah, right. You know,
Got
I lost my husband and all this because of the trial. Well, yeah, kind of. You're a fucking psychopath. God, man. How does she get why is she there every day? Get a job. You know, come on. And then you
I'm
got
here to support the O'Keefe family.
right. No, you're not. Not really. Oh my God. He just put glasses on. He looks even better now. I'm dressed in black like a cat. I'm looking for the chain around my neck. Oh yeah. I'm giving Lou O'Donnell the sign to meet me later. Is Lou up there? Where's Lou up there? She's not even there. I want Aiden's opinion of this fucking beast. Oh, straight vodka to the head. Yeah. Peg, you want some? I wonder how many protein shakes she had this morning before she worked out. I don't know, man.
Did she have time to make those protein shakes? Did you just get them out of were they just pre-made? She looks like the kind that would, yeah.
She's scratching her neck like, oh, Karen's hot. Karen's so hot. I was so. Oh, look at it. Oh, yeah.
Get hot in here by Nelly.
Oh, Karen is hot, girl. Look at that dress. She's smoking. Liza, too. We're going to go to break. Yep, we're going to break.
Those notebooks, follow me.
Big fucking surprise.
But it is, you know what? The O'Keefe's, it is Pride Month. You got to hand it to them. You know, what are you going to do? Try to get the gays on board. Auntie Deb, look out. We need to have, Auntie Deb, you got to call me. Listen, give me a call. We can talk about this freak in the front row. I mean, come on. Wow. She's not driving a Subaru. That one's driving a fucking pickup truck. No doubt about it. What's going on now? All right. Can we please get the transvestite out of the front row? It's distracting to the jurors.
Mikey!
Sorry.
It's Pride Month. We have to be nice.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Is it voir dire? Did they just excuse the jury?
I don't. Can we just stop with the badgering of my little old aunt here, please?
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay. It's being removed.
Yeah. You see Aiden? Is he in the back row up there? I can't tell.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, this is Meredith.
Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had, in the first trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, The only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled, under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Yes!
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Oh, let's change this little fuck. Look at he's beat red. He's beat red.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it, she discounted it, she created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient, it might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper, it's not unconstitutional, it's not irrelevant, it's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion, because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence, because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a
you,
doctor.
bro.
It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you're going to fucking ask her.
Your Honor. Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that Attorney Brennan just made. He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly. Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm. There was no swabbing of the wounds of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there are, with regard to the hoodie, that was one, I believe, swab taken, and we don't know much about it, but what we do know about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded, virtually left on the floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital, carried around by Mr. Proctor for weeks, maybe even months, not submitted for testing for months. There are huge issues that prevent a fair determination about whether there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with regard to the right arm of the hoodie. It's always been the prosecution. We were meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution needs to live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
Boom!
Sure.
Oh, Paul keeps smiling.
Oh my God, really again, Hank? How much more? No, you fucked up, bro. Stop arguing.
Truth and reality. Whatever the motivation is for wanting a mistrial can't be based on a claim that the prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Lanigan hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 22nd.
Mikey, me and you on this, we both were feeding off of each other.
The court to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time. Despite his words, we have page 83, line 21. We have page 122.
Man, come save us after.
14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination. And there are more. There are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly mistaken by Attorney Alisi. Wholly.
All right, thank you. We'll give everybody a half an hour.
All right.
What is she gonna do?
A half an hour.
But what is she
I mean,
gonna
it's
rule?
better than Nan. Come talk, please. If you were
Nan?
available, Nan was in the chat.
Oh yeah.
So
Send her a link.
You have ways to send it to her privately, so I'll send you the link and you can forward it.
All right.
Twitter.
Oh, man.
I'm sending it on Twitter.
Twitter. All right. Auntie Deb's on Twitter now too. God damn it, man. I'm back. What's happening now? Trying to send you a link, Nan, if you want to jump in. I'm going to jump on it now.
Oh, and Tom. Hold on, Tommy. Hold on.
Have Tom.
Tom, you were muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, just 1 minute. 1 minute.
I'm trying to cut and paste this fucking thing. Let me just do it this way.
I was gonna say whatever is easier. I just don't.
No.
She doesn't follow me, so I can't send it to her on Twitter.
Oh, that's a fucking shame.
I use Twitter just for communication, not for anything else.
Well, that's what it's for.
I hate Twitter. I hate it.
Dan, check your phone text. Oh God.
Yeah, we have a break to. Oh.
Oh man, this is getting spicy.
Oh, I'm so glad I had today off, Mike. I'm so glad.
What? I didn't see. If this was not on my bingo card.
Thank you, Nan. She says she's driving. Hold on, she'll jump on.
Oh, really?
She's coming, guys. Give her a little while.
Class. So the Canton Bass class of 2016 includes Chris Albert Jr., Ben Berkowitz, Kelly Diva, Sarah Give Me a Bagel Levinson, and Juliana Nagel are all in the same graduation class. Isn't that interesting?
And Canton is a very small town, so there's no way in denying that they don't know each other.
Fuck no. They all slept together. Berkowitz banged Diva. Chris Jr. did Levinson, and Julie just played with herself. And she watched. She was the female cuck. She just sat there and watched.
Christ almighty. I can't with you.
Is there such thing as a female cuck? I got to know. These things I need to be answered.
I feel
Right?
like there totally is.
So listen, so you have Chris Albert Jr., you have Ben Berkowitz, you got Kelly Deaver, Sarah Saggy Cheeks Levinson, and Julie Bagel all graduating in the same class. And Kelly, call me Deaver, not Denver, in the house. Come on. Why wasn't that? Why? I mean, I don't know if they can bring it up in court and stuff, but she knows Juliana Bagel.
Donkey,
How do you not know?
walked
How do you?
into the
If Sarah Levinson and Juliana Bagel were at 34 Fairview, how does Kelly Deaver not know that they were there? Because she's friends with Sarah. She's got to know that Juliana was there.
They all know. They all know.
I know.
It's just like,
I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what to tell you. So gross. I can't even believe I'm from this town. I can't even. I love it. And I tell you what, Bob Alessi fired up. Nothing gets me hotter. Nothing.
oh my God,
Yeah.
that was definitely like, that was.
How about the girls in the? I mean, come on, that guy's like a sexy man, right? He reminded me of like Tom Cruise. Did you order the code red? You know, that whole thing. Like, you're damn right, I ordered the code.
All right,
red.
hold
You know what
on,
I mean?
hold on.
All right.
Hi, Nan.
What the fuck is going on? I was in a meeting. Now I pulled over, but I'm like, I started listening and I was like, whoa, oh my God. So, but I have a couple questions because I'm catching up. Did she say they're on a break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here's what I gathered is happening. And I can't see your chat. So, oh, maybe I can, but I think the last time I clicked chat, I got knocked off of a stream. So I'm not going to check your chat. Yeah. What would you like to tell me, Michael?
What would I like to tell you?
No, I thought you were about to say something.
No, I'm just in awe that you're here. Oh, there's Tommy. Tommy's right above you. We're playing the Brady Bunch.
Oh, yay.
No, I just think that Bob Alessi, does Bob Alessi have a point after what you just saw?
Yeah. So what I didn't seem to grasp was the tail end of what Brennan was saying. It sounded to me like he was citing some transcript pages, and I'm not sure what transcript he was referring to. So if he was referring to this trial 2.0's transcript, it's possible that this application will be denied if Alessi or anyone from the defense has brought up the DNA, the absence of DNA, anything having to do with DNA during this trial. But just so everyone understands, what has happened as far as I'm observing it real time this morning is Alessi is making an application for an immediate mistrial with prejudice, which means permanently, meaning all charges get dismissed.
Yep.
Right. And what he's doing by making that application is saying, hold on a second. You can't come at Dr. Marie Russell and say, well, wouldn't you have wanted to know that there's no DNA from a dog on these wounds, which is not facts in evidence. Nothing before this jury to have been considered as to the absence of dog DNA on these wounds. And as Alessi pointed out in his argument, I guess it was his, not his primary argument, it was his second argument after Brennan went. He said, well, hold on a second, the wounds weren't swabbed. Only parts of clothing were swabbed. You can't swab every single surface. So if a prosecutor brings up new evidence even in the cross-examination of a witness, saying things like, well, and I didn't hear his exact question, but something to the effect of, wouldn't you have wanted to know there was no dog DNA on these wounds, which is not facts and evidence, that taints, TAINTS, taints the jury, because the jury will say, oh, I didn't know that, because they didn't fucking know that. and that is irreparable. It's irremediable. It's unfixable to a jury. You can't put the shit back in the horse or the toothpaste back in the toothpaste container, whatever, the tube. I'm pre-caffeinated at this point. You guys are actually going to get me probably walking into a Starbucks momentarily.
What are the odds?
Well, in a normal on a normal planet, which is where I and Betero live, there would be a mistrial declared immediately. On Bev's weird circus planet, which is where you guys live, which I'm happy to visit from time to time and happy to leave more times than I come, I will say that she's probably going to say, no, I think I've considered everything. I've downed a few White Claws. I let court clerk Jim sit on my lap and diddle my blonde locks, and I'm going to deny your request. That's what's probably going to happen. So odds, you got about a 20% chance that she grants this application. If she grants it, the whole thing comes to a screeching halt, which means that, Karen is free. Everyone will have to find something better to do with their lives, including Mike. And then you'll be in you'll be in a position. I just love teasing Mike.
You're on fire today, girl. You're on fire.
You'll be in a position where everything just ends, and that kind of feels satisfying in one breath and kind of dissatisfying, because that's not justice. It's the right result, but it's we won because Brennan is a complete asshole and an idiot. Even Brennan, from my brief observation, knows the severity and gravity of the mistake he made. So I think right now Bev is probably shitting in her pants or shitting in her black robe and saying, oh crap, because even she knows that this was a fatal mistake. And not only that, what I threw in your chat earlier, just a few moments ago, was, whoa, this is a right to an immediate appeal. Like, this isn't just, hey,
this is with prejudice. This is intentional. This is not an accident.
Well, as much as I never want to pretend I'm Brennan, I think he didn't intend to, create the grounds for a mistrial. But I think what he did was he tried to wedge in additional evidence that just wasn't there. He did not want this jury to hear on his case in chief that there was no evidence of dog DNA, because that would have invited cross-examination from Alessi or Jackson, where they said, well, wait, you didn't swab the wounds. You swabbed parts of the clothing. Like, that would have brought more challenge and, cast a bad light on the case he was putting in than did him any good. So he tried to wedge it in. Hold on one second. What is my client texting me? Are we still on for 11:30? No, we're fucking not on for 11:30. This is the Karen Reed trial.
Hello?
Yeah, come on. I'm the boss. I'll put him off.
Hypothetical, it goes mistrial.
Yeah.
Is it trial 3?
No, because it would be a mistrial with prejudice.
Prejudice.
They can't bring the charges back. What you saw in 1.0 was not really a mistrial with prejudice. It was a mistrial without prejudice, and they got to shoot their shot again. This would be forever. It would go away. So I think right now we're in a position where the judge has a moral decision to make, because as I said, any judge would know this was a bad mistake. Although, like I said, I'm going to hedge my bet just a little bit, because I don't know, and maybe you guys could ask your chat, or I can, and someone can tell me what they're saying. I don't know what Brennan was citing. If he was citing, well, hold on, I didn't bring up the issue of no DNA, etc., but maybe Alessi did or Jackson did in this trial already. I just don't know what he was citing in his.
No, so it was either a Lanigan or a Darbar hearing back in December, where they talked about, before the trial started, obviously, about DNA, if it was in or out.
Okay. Well,
right.
If that's the case, that's not this trial, because that was not before this jury. the issue of a mistrial with prejudice is, did something happen to confuse, influence, misrepresent, or change how this jury views this case? Oh, it sounds like something's going on.
No,
I
that's
gotta
me.
watch.
That's me. That's me.
You
That's
want
me.
to
That's me.
watch? You want to watch it, Dan? You want to watch it?
Do you want
Oh,
me to,
yes.
I rewound it. You ready?
Yeah, well, I walk into Starbucks and get my.
All right.
Jesus
So,
Christ, white girl problems.
I'm gonna let this play, and I'm gonna mute so you guys can hear it.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
This is a retrial. This is a rewind, guys. This is not the trial. Okay.
Yes, this is a recap.
Mr. Alessi, I'll hear
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is inspiring right here, man.
Yeah, notice his volume. I mean, he is jacked.
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay.
He reminds me of Tom Cruise. Like, you walk me on that wall. You know, I mean, did you order the cold bread? Did you order the cold bread?
Mikey,
Damn.
stop!
Yeah.
You're turning me on. Please stop.
Yeah.
I mean,
Damn.
stop it.
Stop it. Stop
Thank
it.
you, Your Honor.
This might turn you on now, Dan, so be careful.
Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had, in the first trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object and object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, The prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Okay, thank you.
He's a walking thesaurus.
Now listen to this guy.
Ugh.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it, she discounted it, she created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient, it might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper, it's not unconstitutional, it's not irrelevant, it's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion, because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence, because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Hey, Tommy, can you pause it? Wow. So if it's never brought up in trial, he can't ask her about it. Am I right?
No, you're right.
Okay.
You're right. So what happens is, oh, go ahead, Mike.
So he's introducing it for the, I just wanted to finish. He's introducing it for the first time in front of the jury, unbeknownst to the defense team, that DNA was going to even come into play, right, Brian? So this is this is an ambush by trial, right?
Yep.
Trial by ambush, so to speak, and completely caught off guard. And I think it should be totally dismissed, but it's Bev. I just have a problem with that whole thing. It's just Bev.
Yeah.
Bev,
So to kind of make that's absolutely right, to kind of make this a little palatable for your viewers now and on replay who are looking to understand this. The Commonwealth or any prosecution has its first chance to put on its case in chief. That's where they have to put on their affirmative evidence or whatever they want to do to try to get ahead of evidence that's going to come from the defense. In this case, the evidence that would come from the defense are, the third party culprit, the decedent or John O'Keefe was bitten by a dog, etc. So Brennan had his chance in his case in chief to shoot his shot and say, this is all the evidence I want to put in. There is a very limited set of issues that he can bring forth on his rebuttal case, which comes after the defense rests, after Karen puts on her case, her defense. And this is not one of them. There's not going to be an expert to come forward on rebuttal and start talking about the absence of DNA on the wounds. There's really only Crosby that I know of, and he's that veterinary science, vet or grad that's going to talk about his view on dog bites, which we can all agree he would have no idea because he treats four-legged animals for a living. But anyway, so in this instance, what we have here is in the case in chief by the prosecution, and I'm fully driving now, so if court starts, let me know. But in the case in chief by the prosecution, Brennan never put in any evidence of the absence of dog DNA on the wounds. And now in the questioning of Russell cross-examination, he's saying, well, would you have wanted to know that there's no DNA there? The problem is it's not in evidence. It won't be in evidence on rebuttal. And he's essentially an unsworn witness. He's acting as a witness in this case, which not only violates ethics rules. I mean, I see grounds for potential disbarment here because his conduct was intentional, but also what he's doing is, wait, hold on a second. Get the fuck out of the way!
Fuck you, Hank Brennan!
Sorry. We're in
New Jersey, girls.
Yeah, it's Jersey.
That's a BMW horn. I know that horn.
That is correct. Who just said that? You were accurate.
Ryan, yeah.
Yeah. So that is a beam. This is one of my many Beamers, Brian. But anyway, so what we have now is he's acting like an unsworn witness. He Bush League moved this into evidence. Jury can't unhear it. And there's no way, as Alessi was saying, to cure this. And Alessi kind of got ahead of a counter argument and said, you can't cure this with a jury instruction, which is kind of like Judge Bev, which I think she's going to do because she's Bev. She's going to come back and say, I'm not going to order a mistrial.
We're going to strike it from the record.
We're going to strike it. I'll instruct the jury.
And the jury heard it.
They heard it. And that's why this is so serious, because it does rise to grounds for an immediate appeal. Someone in your chat much earlier when this happened and before I was driving and on your stream had said, well, what does that do to this trial if this goes up on an immediate appeal? I believe, without having researched it, that would have to pause this trial, meaning if Judge Cannoni says I'm denying a mistrial and Karen's team files an immediate appeal, I think naturally the appellate court has to pause this trial. And that in and of itself is a problem because all of these jurors need to go back to their lives. They can't just stop looking at social media, stop, reading news articles. So this is like a conundrum in the extreme. And that's basically my take, unless people don't understand what I'm saying. This is unheard of, what has happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before I go, and I just want to pop on and say hi to everybody. So, hi, interesting day in
Hey.
the Karen Reed trial. Thanks for letting me come up.
Thanks for
But
coming up, Brian.
Yeah, to Nan's point is that Brennan just tried to enter discovery that was not put in at the very beginning of this trial. I don't give a shit about the past trial. If it was talked about, it was not brought up in this trial. That's a huge,
That's his
huge
number
mistake.
one job. You can't
Right,
do
and
that.
I
You
agree.
can't go forward, Brian, right?
Exactly, Tommy. And I agree that Bev's going to try to clear this up with a motion and just go, oh, I'm going to strike that from the record. Just ignore that. Can't ignore it. Jurors have already heard it now, and they're going to go, oh, what? What's going on in here? What's going on in this trial? Nan, if this gets excused and poo-pooed, you said that the next course of recourse or action from the Reed team is to file an immediate appeal. What happens after that? Who looks at this? Does Canoni look at this, or does it go to a higher court?
Yeah. So,
Seriously,
and by the way, you guys should, everyone should be watching before I answer that. Everyone should be watching the appellate attorney for the Commonwealth who sits with the defense. You know, did he? He probably shit his pants.
Got up.
And like, yeah, what is it? You guys, I think people refer to him as Pee Wee Herman. Like he probably left and.
Oh, he's not there today. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
Thank God.
But anyway.
Probably losing his marbles.
So what happens? Yeah. So what happens now is, if she and just one last thing to clarify, Brian, it was brought up in this retrial, but only in pretrial hearings in the voir dire of Marie Russell. So back in January, when they made her come back from California, she was asked these questions, but that wasn't before a jury. So the defense, not that you're saying this, Brian, but the defense would have had no reason to object then to them asking her about DNA or the absence of it, because the defense had every reason in good faith to believe, okay, Brennan's going to bring this up in his case in chief, which he didn't. And I go back to my tweet last week, which, you know, congratulations, Brennan, you put on a shit case. So if she poo-poos this, denies it, gives a curative jury instruction, which is not going to fix this problem.
I don't know, but
they're getting ready to come back from the break, by the way. Jess Machado, I'm sorry to cut you off, Nan.
Oh,
Jess
good.
Machado just reported we're getting ready to come back from the break. Both sides are here, and we are waiting for the judge and jury.
Oh my God, Nan, I gotta fucking watch this.
I gotta go to work. This sucks.
They love doing this shit to us.
I gotta go to work. I gotta leave in like no later than 5 minutes. Oh,
yeah,
here we go. I gotta stay.
I'm here listening. I'm
muting.
All right.
All right, so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
No, I did not address Sidebar, the other issue that's under the court's
Come on! I can't!
Walsh's opinion.
Yeah. I don't see it without a foundation. So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it. I do not believe that foundation has been laid yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Could you do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury?
Yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have
I'll work around it.
Okay.
I'll work around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury. That it should be done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay. If that's what the defense wants, are you sure, Mr. Alessi?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me confer with my. Yeah. Okay. I am going to. Yes, Your Honor. We are going to.
Oh dear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
I can't.
I'll be done very quickly, so.
I'll be done very quickly.
Are the lunches here?
Oh, the lunch is here. She's here.
Oh my God, that's what she's worried about. A fucking lunch.
She just said, "Oh, the lunch is here." Are
She's
you
sick.
fucking kidding me?
She's sick.
I can't. That's on them, I'm thinking.
I just, if they're downstairs on their way up, I don't want to stop them.
I could do it in 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Excuse me?
They're still over this way.
Great. Okay, they're going to stay.
Your Honor, if it might help, obviously, with subject whatever I does, based upon if Mr. Brennan only has 2 questions, I may have 30 minutes.
Yeah, let them have lunch. Let the jury have lunch.
Finish up whatever redirect that I have.
If you're gonna argue this.
I just didn't want to stop them if they were on their way. They haven't yet gone downstairs.
No, I don't think they made it downstairs.
All right, we'll do this now. Okay?
How many minutes did Alessi say he might have? 30?
Russell,
30.
during your review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole
I'm sorry.
question.
During your
gotta
review,
go.
the defense
All right,
provided
Brian.
Thanks, guys.
materials. Did they
Bye,
provide
Nan.
you
Bye, Tommy. Bye,
Thanks,
Mike.
Brian.
of
Talk to you.
John C.
Bye.
Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Thank you.
Dr. Russell, did you ever review or receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with a dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard. I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. So I'd like to inquire.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had here with recalls where witnesses disregarded it, and I was not allowed to pursue questioning. So I do not believe, under the standards that's been set in this trial, that a proper foundation has been set.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility, extolling her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility and suggested that they're the only person or a limited person in the entire country that could do this, they should be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts. And so this isn't affirmatively bringing it in. This is when the defense continually opens the door and creates these issues.
What do you say, Mr. Leslie?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give 2 quick examples. Dr. Welcher, Trooper Ball, Dr. Scordy-Bello. They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely. They even had, as part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Scordy-Bello. You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Ball.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan. So you can mark the report if you want, but for that reason, I'm not. For the reasons stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hunter.
I don't know what he was trying to put in. I guess it was the report of Dr. Wolf, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not, because she's claiming to be the only expert in the country, kind of thing. Like, no one can, so that opened the door for criticism or more, a more robust cross with now there is no DNA from John's arm. Like,
no, there's none. And if
Objection.
sorry, Mike.
So no, it's okay.
Where are we? Is it in evidence now?
It's not yet. It will be.
Okay. The DNA. It's not, right?
It is not.
It's not in.
Okay. Yes, it's open. I denied the motion and allowed the line of inquiry.
She sucks.
So then, did she just say she's denying the motion to dismiss and allowing DNA to keep on going in this conversation?
Yep. And
I
it's
mean,
unsubstantiated. There's no expert in evidence who even offered that opinion
right,
to this.
right.
So he's
Holy
going to
shit.
ask her. He may ask her more, or he may just quit while Brennan just quit while he's ahead and say, "I already asked Russell
Right.
this."
Okay. All right. Yeah. Maybe she won't allow any more questioning on that line of DNA. I'm
Yeah,
lost there.
but if I were Brennan and I was a complete dickhead, which he is, I would go full bore and say, "Well, now I'm going to ask her tons of questions of absence of DNA." I would just, swing for the fences, I guess they say. This is unbelievable. If what's his name, Marty Wine. If you're listening, start typing up your appeal right now.
Wow.
Awful. Bad ruling yet again. Shocker.
I can't get over there's no accountability for her. It's just like, yeah, I'm God, and that's it. That's how we roll.
The black robe, we call it the black syndrome.
Yeah, really? I call it
they just
corruption.
It is. And if it matters until the jury sits, I'll at least tell you from what I was following loosely while ignoring what I was looking for. I will tell you, I think Dr. Russell is holding up beautifully. She didn't change her opinions. Her opinions evolved. She was challenged. She got stronger. That's very typical if you have multiple years of an expert. It doesn't matter that there's no published standard for for how to assess the origin of wounds. Like, that is very common. She cited articles, and that's kind of the most I was able to glean this morning. But I think she's doing well. And everyone who's like completely pissed off right now and panicked, understand that the Alessinator is coming. So he'll clean this up real quick.
I mean, but how do you unring that bell in a juror's mind? Because DNA is like the thing that all jurors want to know about. And now, even to mention that there was DNA involved in this argument, to me, I can get around it in my head because I'm biased. But to them, they're going to say, "Well, there was DNA." But is she going to strike that, or is she going to allow that a line of questioning when the jury's back in?
I think she's going to give. She didn't say it. I think she's going to give Alessi wide latitude to ask a bunch of questions about. Yeah.
Okay. There's no base for him bringing DNA in out of the blue with no, they found it here, they found it there, it was pig DNA or whatever, but there's no basis for actually bringing it into this argument is where I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to try to say, well, you think it's a dog and there's no, that is an opinion been able to be challenged by a counter expert from the defense, possibly if Judge Cannoni would have allowed that. But this is just Hank Brennan's opinion right now before this court, this jury, and that's improper. But how do you fix this? The answer to that is, I'm forecasting Alessi's going to start when he goes on his redirect. He's going to start asking questions like, and Bev better let him ask these questions. He's going to say things like, well, wouldn't it have helped you were asked questions about the absence of dog DNA. Wouldn't it have helped you know that only parts of the clothing were swabbed? Yes.
Okay.
And the wounds weren't swabbed. Oh, well, I would have wanted to know that. And all of the things that would have made the DNA issue zinger here, which it's not. Like, you could swab like a little piece of my kneecap if I was stabbed in the back and say, oh, there's no DNA on her knee. Okay, well, I wasn't stabbed in my knee. I was stabbed in my fucking back. So this is Bev's opportunity to hopefully allow Alessi and the defense their own opportunity to be a little bit better with how they question Dr. Russell on redirect.
Yes, I did.
Gotcha.
There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information in this case, did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm and showed the height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the text stream data? Do you know what text stream data is?
What?
Text stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that data before you drew an opinion that the injuries were not consistent with the collision?
Well, first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So the answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence that is contradictory or different or maybe undermines your theory, do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and the information that was available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it, and I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Did you know anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements were? Did you learn anything about that?
No.
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight area?
Yes.
And did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had, my understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions, and so therefore there would be reason for either skin cells or DNA or possibly other, hair, fabric to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your conclusions, do you look at it as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor and try to value how little or how strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, a scientist.
So you're not looking at it as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate? You're looking at it as an independent professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
When you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please? You identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
We discussed one puncture to the right sleeve, yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience, when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can froth, is what they call it. Excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
Some dogs, yes.
And some dogs, they can shed hair, especially when they're interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes,
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So, yes, I am aware that there was some swabs taken at some point.
Is
Good
that
job.
gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or part of your
Oh, shut the
medical
fuck up.
objective
Hey,
opinion?
you're an asshole, dude. You're a fucking
So you're
douchebag.
aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes,
UC Davis, do you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, in giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes,
In fact, what was found was pig DNA,
that's correct.
and there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you saw the information, after you claimed there is a dog, Hubert John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes,
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
yes,
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. You know, if you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive. You go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA, yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
No.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You can't tell us anything based in fact to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, then you wonder why, and you want to know, was the test done correctly? You know, was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA process, did you?
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately or very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then Of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner, weren't you?
Yes,
When you were a medical examiner, when you examined a person or their body, you did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
yes,
Did you know at the time Dr. Scortabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
yes,
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
no,
And did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
still for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
Yes.
When a dog bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards in clothes, would you?
Correct.
And so in this case, when you were developing your theory and differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments of broken taillight that came from the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Of course you
Did
are.
you consider that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please? Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Okay.
Sidebar. This is crazy.
What the I mean, what, you know what, I'm now back. If you want, I'll hop on, not remotely. I'm happy to go on, you know, through my computer. But
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
yeah, just give me, I'm gonna hop off. Give me like, I don't know, 3 minutes or so, and I'll hop back on.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Like, not being a layperson in terms of this stuff is just blowing my mind right now. Because the more I learn about what is actually happening in front of us, this Viking lady's pissing me off more and more. But anyways, it just kills me. I think that's actually Hank Brennan's bodyguard right there, is what I'm hearing on Twitter right now. And Hank Brennan has brought, just because it's Pride Month, into court his own personal bodyguard to infiltrate the O'Keefes to make sure Bob Alessi does not jump up and bitch slap Brennan in front of an open court right now. My God. Jesus Christ. And that guy looks like a leprechaun behind her. Jesus. Hey, Lucky Charms. I want Turtle Boy just to go and pinch Ted Daniels right in the ass right now. Give him a little smack in the ass. Little tap. Give him a wedgie. Turtle Boy, give him a wedgie. Where's Caleb?
Dr. Russell, were you aware that very small fragments, shards of plastic that match the broken taillight of the defendant's Lexus were found when criminologists scraped Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and sweatshirt?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that, did you get a chance to see this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
Yes.
And would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can tear fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I don't believe that fragments that are randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions that we saw in the arm.
The fuck is that?
Do you know how Mr. O'Keefe fell to the ground and what movements his body and arm made as he fell to the ground?
Not definitely.
You don't know?
How? No.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes, approximately, I think it was 20 feet. I initially heard 60, but around 20 feet, I believe.
You think, do you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
Yes, it did.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm?
You know, in reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision, but I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision, I was asking about his body. Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
I need my therapy dog.
I have no further questions.
Yes, I know.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
did being need to dog. Maybe you.
Okay.
He's a mean guy.
I wonder what they're whispering in his ear.
What do you want for lunch?
Sounds like they want Canoni's head for lunch.
Put it on a spike. Come on, turtle boy.
Yeah. People don't realize this is
I got my therapy dog out.
Oh, but people don't realize this is like very skilled lawyering right here. They got to think on their feet. They got thrown a curveball. They're trying to reorganize and re-strategize. This is where donations go, folks, because ultimately, you know, paying for good experts, and she's still doing well.
Yeah.
This is money well spent.
co-counsel. Oh, yeah, I love you too. I'm glad you joined us, Dan.
May I, Your
I
Honor?
don't think-
Yes,
Thank
me
you.
too.
Your Honor, I would like to have published what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay.
So, does this open up a whole different line of questioning
Dr.
for Alessi now
Russell,
to go after
I
something
have
else?
up
Yes.
this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about these alleged shards, can you tell the size of them from this depiction?
What the hell is that?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right, and if Mr. Wolk, you could go back. Can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E. With regard to this depiction, do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above those pieces?
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
Oh, wow.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Not exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's go back to, flip back to the next slide. Does the, what is up in black help you reach any conclusion about whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not?
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic because we can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
All right, so they're extremely small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that further assist you in your analysis as to the size of these pieces?
16. So those looks like they're maybe a 16th of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr. Wolf, one more time. So these pieces are a 16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to Exhibit 1. Attorney Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less pieces could cause these types of abrasions. You have addressed this issue, but I would like you to answer whether those pieces, a 16-inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer, how do you come to that conclusion? What is your thought process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit, well, anatomically a little inferior to superior, ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the same way. So not only would they, those abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any, that those shards could cause those wounds?
You have to ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, please state your evaluation and conclusion and the basis for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic, 1/16 of an inch and less, can cause those abrasions on and wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Is that a close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
You were asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf. You were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go section by section by section and evaluate each. He grouped these, I think, 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically proper way to evaluate this wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
How, at a scale, is it improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
Dr. Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns, because individual wounds can vary, but the pattern is what is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this method that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the
Damn
question
fucking right.
asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? You recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
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 And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies and as part of your answer. Do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, and are those studies peer reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes. So one of them was by Dr. D. Munich, and the other one was Dr. Pollock. And by peer review, that means that the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specialties
So
of the authors.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Russell.
I'm sorry.
Finished?
the specialties of the authors. Yes.
We could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay.
If I could have, Your Honor, for Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked for identification PPP and QQQ. And I'll start with PPP if I could, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP for the, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. Demunick?
Yes.
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? Do you recall that discussion?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please take a look at exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section in that study that talks about and documents the methodology that you used in that study?
Yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says here, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla, and that means upper, lower and upper. Maxilla is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed. The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are. And then goes on to measure the forces.
If you could find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
Yes, this next paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite, muscle complex can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations, avulsions of the skin and soft tissue. Forensic pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does that study support or not support in the literature a pattern recognition methodology?
That's sustained.
What
Those
do
are
you
complete
conclude
fair
from
question.
the language you just read
I
in
agree.
that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
This is
That
crazy.
pattern recognition is very important.
Thank you.
Now what I would like, if I could approach Your Honor.
Okay.
Sure. 298. If I could return this to Madam Court Reporter and please request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've now handed you what is marked for identification as Exhibit QQQ. I would ask, please, that you, is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the Munich study, can you please articulate the relevant, just the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study?
Yes. So this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child. And they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances. Slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology? Any other
Yes.
words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape. And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes.
How is it relevant?
Because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You know, you get irregular appearances. There's another sentence that's important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the arm.
Mr. Wu, can you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, would be helpful as you're discussing these items if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow. And so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds. Interposition of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example of interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent in this case wearing any? Is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I thought you meant in this article. But yes, there's textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie sweatshirt or sweater shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as different tooth lengths, tooth loss, abnormal teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
You know, a lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know if you want to keep.
I want to keep reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying the most relevant sections of the article.
Yeah, this. And then there's one section that says.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. So do those studies, the Demunic and the Pollock that you just referenced, do they support the methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating Exhibit 1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes. So as to the form, Mr. Leslie.
Do those studies, each of them, those peer-reviewed studies, support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies' methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
Was the overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics. Attorney Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypotheses was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook just generally.
So in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is the most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating the or including and the other possibilities. Would you like to give an example, like chest pain or
Well, I'd like
abdominal
to
pain?
give you an example of what you used here in this case as the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process, because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong, and so you have to allow for other information. And so I did that in this case. I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression, but I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips and audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some news clips.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and do you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs? You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame?
Sustained.
Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I think he's getting at the point where the whole trauma of finding John, to blame it on herself, is an acute reaction that's normal across a lot of people when they find it injured or they injure themselves. They're the ones to blame. That's what he's trying to get in right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and for anyone who's disappointed at the fact that this didn't result in a mistrial with prejudice, the amount of additional favorable opinions and information that the defense has been able to shoehorn into this case, into this redirect, it's remarkable. They've gotten Marie Russell to offer some opinions and possibly some more on self-blame. They've gotten her to offer opinions on the fact that these don't look like taillight injuries. That's really beyond the arguable scope of what she was offered for.
Chain of custody.
Chain of custody. There's a few. Like there's probably easily like 5
Yeah.
So these, in a case where the scope of an expert's expertise has been so heavily policed by Brennan and curtailed by the judge, we're getting a lot of really good morsels in here. I'm not 100% sure what exactly has caused Alessi to ask for a sidebar right now, but this is all good stuff. They're using Dr. Russell for they're soaking the marrow out of her. She probably is to be considered an expert on all of these different subjects, whether it's taillight injuries or not looking like taillight injuries, self-blame, the evidence of
chain of custody.
Chain of custody from her police background. Believe it or not, DNA protocols, although, it sounds like she doesn't have a ton of experience on that. She even offered some opinions, although very limited, on text stream and data as it relates to a car. So, I mean, they're using her. Both sides are using her. And honestly, it should be about the truth, Mike. It's use this woman for all she's worth. This keeps bringing me back to the fact that the prosecution wants to hide the ball. It was like yesterday with Dever, where it was she was, in every way, shape, or form, she was just limited in what she was going to offer. And Brennan was really happy with that. He was he should care. Your Commonwealth should care that one of its sworn police officers employed in one of the largest and most prominent cities in the state may have made, and I have no reason to dispute that she made it because there's a report, but she may have made a statement to the FBI that put the chief of police of the town and one of the Sentinel third-party culprits in the Sally Port for a wildly long period of time with access to the murder weapon. But Brennan, if he were to be left to his druthers, is oh, no, that none of that's, we don't want any of that to come out. That's the truth. Let's hide the truth here. So this is it's very interesting. This case just never stops.
Back to Kelly Divas real quick.
She sucks.
She said that she punched out at 3:45. It does not mean she left the building.
Yeah. So you bring up a good point, because when I went running this morning, I was like, all right, this has to be done. So to anyone who cares, or to Tommy who's listening, or even John Camo, someone needs to make a public record request, a FOIA request, and get her payroll records, because I was shocked that no records were produced by either side that show when her shift ended or when overtime started. So there should be a FOIA request for Kelly Devers' payroll records, timesheets, overtime records for the time period of, and you can keep it really tight, January 28th through January 31st of 2022, just a little short window, because there's going to be no way to show, I imagine, that when she actually left. That FOIA request could also request, although I don't think it would be produced, video surveillance footage
of her driving out or whatever.
Her driving out, her driving in, her clocking out. I don't know what officers do. Do they?
That's my point. She swipes out, say 3:50, because she gets up at 2:45 or whatever it was. But who says she actually left the premises, even though she clocked out? Right, her time card's done, but she's just hanging around.
Just hanging around. And from what I gather from some of your reporting on this, she was happy to hang around with the guys.
Yeah.
With chains and whips, apparently. But yeah, just hanging around. But, that was your opinion. That's yours, not mine. That's yours.
I've dealt with her. I've dealt with her before.
Ooh, in what ways, Michael?
I get arrested. She was part of the. She was part of the team that was there.
Was she? Did she rough you up?
No.
Yeah. So I mean,
but she did it. She did a 360 walk around me though.
Did she? Oh
Yeah.
well, that's I've always
I don't know if
wanted
she had.
to do one of
I
those.
don't know if she had a little camera going or what. Like I don't know what was going on. But yeah, she was there. Yeah, Christmas Eve. I'll never forget it.
I was discussing on I don't know if it was LTL yesterday or Justice Served. Like this, she was perhaps one of the biggest fatal blows, in my opinion, to the Commonwealth's case, because you got a sworn officer who comes in, who gives this statement to the FBI, and then couldn't even string together like yes or no answers to the most fundamental, simple questions posed to her. She came off horribly. So to anyone who thinks that she was a blow to the defense, not in the slightest.
No, when you get a hostile witness like that and says back to you, just like you're saying my name wrong, like just that whole sentence to me, it just spoke volumes about who she is.
Oh yeah,
what she's all about.
She was adversarial. She should have been a neutral third-party witness. And honestly, had she been neutral, had she said, "I don't really understand why I'm here," but I have no memory of that. It occurs to me after the fact that in looking at whatever, but payroll records or timesheets, I couldn't have been there. I would be like,
Well, there's a woman in the video that's not a Rafferty in the Sally Port, just so you know.
Maybe it was Bev.
Stop it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bev looks hungry. She's hangry. Be careful, guys. This lady here, the court reporter's got lunch lady arms underneath on her triceps. Look at those things.
Dr. Russell,
God.
do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to
like a
some
wombat.
alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation that what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
Mr. Woke, if you could please publish the slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back, not that one, the one in this case of the Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe and with the clothing in the back, but with his
Someone posted in your chat about a lobster roll, and I have to say, like, I'm so craving a New England lobster roll. Like, I'm up in 2 weeks. I want someone to tell me where to get a good one.
Okay. If anybody in the chat has a good place to get one, there's a bunch of. I mean, there's North Shore, South Shore, Cape, whatever you want to go. No.
Yeah, because somebody
That's it,
throw them out or
yes.
mess.
And what slide number is that?
There's Great Whites up here now.
109.
Report.
So,
big shots around.
Dr. Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
That impact that is depicted on this
Is this
slide,
stuff that nobody
is that
wouldn't
a
get in,
clip
but
or
now
is
it's
that
allowed
a
in?
direct
Would never
impact to
come
the
in.
arm?
What the fuck?
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Did you see
Okay,
your?
so this is a
I
direct
sent you something, a
impact.
new motion,
And now,
trying to get aperture
from
shit
your
in again.
experience,
Yeah.
On X. Okay.
and you were
Yeah.
asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed, a motor vehicle, 6,000-pound Lexus going 24 miles an hour in reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what type of injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least. But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you expect fractures and dislocations?
Well, from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer.
Thank you, Nana.
Right here.
Not you,
Very
Nana.
good possibility
Other
that there
Nana.
would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Can you please stand up and with your Honor's permission, show
Yep.
where the
Let me
radius
get my
and
big
where the
shoes
ulnar
on here
bones
with
are of the
my
arm.
Velcro
Lights
straps.
on, please. Thank you. You can keep the lights on.
So the radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm right underneath the skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture from the actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Thank you. And do you, you can be seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Russell.
She's smiling and stuff. I love
From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here. What is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Sustained in that form.
Do you
Just
have an
ask her.
opinion, based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe that there is a very high likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise
I agree.
or a laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have reviewed the autopsy report of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
Yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done.
What very extensive evaluation was done and by whom?
By Dr. Scortabello, and it was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination by Dr. Scortabello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
That's just objection.
Yeah, he's like, I can't handle this.
This might be a good time for lunch.
We'll see you too.
There you go. She called lunch. Jimmy, get me a gin and tonic. I'll be downstairs in my chambers, and get me my meatball sub with a Diet Coke. Jesus Christ, this fucking place! I can't believe I'm trying to save somebody's life here. Fuck.
Hey, I'll
Oh,
be right
sorry.
there. I just got a couple more documents. I got to be right back.
Oh,
Jesus
okay.
Christ, Tommy! I thought you were sleeping.
No, I got a bunch of stuff. I got to take document stuff. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm glad you were multitasking today. Fucking guy, union guy, right? Yeah.
And yeah, I know. Like
You can jump off. I got this.
Yeah, I apologize. I have some very important business to attend to, but let me give you my parting thoughts, and I will be monitoring this for the afternoon. Parting thoughts are: she's got an immediate right to an appeal. For what it's worth, I actually think this trial is going in so beautifully for her that even if her team decides to better use its resources to not file that type of emergent appeal, this is looking really good for her. And I still think it's going to result in an acquittal. And I think more and more of that as each day and each witness comes. The next point I would make to you and your audience is, as I was kind of saying before, the defense has been using Marie Russell for all that she is worth. We now just got an additional area of a testimony out of her involved just collision related injuries. And she's really going in and gave some really succinct testimony about evidence of, or no evidence of, significant bruising or fractures that would have been indicative of a collision from a motor vehicle accident. So to the extent that people are outraged that this did not result in a mistrial, she has been a bountiful witness with so many morsels of favorable testimony for Karen that I'm going to choose very professionally and personally to consider that instead of frustration over the no mistrial. So if it matters to anyone, if you have any other questions of me, you can certainly feel free to message me on X or go to my Facebook page, not my personal Facebook account, and drop me a message. But this is good shit.
So real quick before you go, so that picture of Welcher with his arm against that taillight and he spins off of it, she's absolutely disputing that actually would have happened that way, is what I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
It would have caused a massive bruise somewhere along that line, even though he spun off of it, in my opinion, at however fast that car was going at 6,000 pounds, would have caused some type of, whether it be big or small, there would have been a bruise there or a break. Right.
That's right. And Judge Bev never should have allowed Welcher.
Why is that? Okay.
She should never have allowed Welcher to offer medical opinions on the those types of injuries. Like he's a biomechanical expert.
Right.
Bev was doing a job. I'm not saying it was a good job, but she was doing a job pre-trial in trying to segregate who's qualified to offer what types of opinions in this matter.
Right.
If it's this issue, it's biomechanics. If it's that issue, it's a dog bite expert. She kind of went off the rails and jumped the shark, as they say, and then decided weathermen can decide how hard the ground is and all of that. But with regard to Welcher, he offered these opinions on like physical injuries that went so far afoul of the autopsy report, etc. Now you've got Marie Russell in the hot seat, who is a forensic pathologist, who is an ER doctor, who is board certified in multiple specialties. Like she is well beyond reproach in any of those areas. And she is the qualified expert, not Welcher, to offer opinions on these are the types of injuries you would see if there was a strike by a motor vehicle. I don't think that Brennan elicited even enough opinions out of his own medical expert, Dr. Isaac Wolf, back a couple weeks ago, the neurosurgeon, on this very issue. And he could have, although I would have objected to it. So this is good. Who's talking about me in the chat? I see my name pop out. So it better be good.
Yeah, no, Nan's in her mansion. Yep, she is.
Oh, yeah, I'm in my mansion. Yeah, it's keeping the trolls at bay. But anyway.
But thanks for jumping in on short notice and helping us out with these complicated, because I could surmise what I see and what I think, but thanks for the legal advice.
Oh, my pleasure. Your instincts are always just spot on.
Kind of close, right? I just don't have the verbiage quite down yet. I should have went to law school.
Oh my God, no! You
imagine me as a lawyer.
Oh my God, well, you're much smarter than many of the lawyers I know. But according to the tweet I saw, I saw it when I woke up early this morning.
Oh no! Oh
Where
no!
is it?
Oh,
hold on.
No.
Hold
on.
There
was some nasty. I chose violence last night.
Did you?
A little bit.
Here's what was said. I woke up to a text, a tweet from Plevin, which is just always a treat. And he said, "Are you really a lawyer? I mean, there's just no indications of intelligence." So I think I told him I'm an award-winning lawyer and I'd like my drink shaken, not stirred.
There you go, girl.
But anyway, everybody enjoy your lunch hour. Sounds like Tommy's coming back. It was great to
Yeah.
see you, Mike.
Yeah.
For everyone's purposes, just know I'm traveling on business from like Thursday to Sunday. So, if anyone has questions, read
for
I'm going-
business on a
Oh, yeah.
weekend.
If any
Okay. Going to a
business-
conference, are you?
I represent. I'm the chief operating officer for a national board, and we're having our board meeting. I'm going to be going to a Cardinals game on Friday night. I think I don't know who they're playing. Someone good, some really good baseball players.
If you're holding a beer and you're on the Jumbotron, do you know what to do?
Hopefully not lift my shirt up.
No, you have to chug. We could do that too, but you have to chug. If you're on the Jumbotron and you're holding a beer and you see yourself, you're going to chug that beer.
What if you don't drink beer, though? Are there other beverages? I haven't been to a professional baseball game in forever.
If you have a mixed drink, a cocktail, whatever, and you get on that Jumbotron, it's tradition. Any game, you have whoever it is, you're going to chug the drink.
Well,
and then you could, you know, do your thing if you want to. It's totally up to you.
I will do that, but at the same time, I will let everybody know I'm tentatively planning to wear my free Karen Reed apparel to that game.
Oh,
and if there's anyone in the St. Louis area,
cool.
This weekend, I'm happy to come out and shake your hand. But that's all I'll say, because I'm not going to say exactly where I'm staying publicly. I don't need trolls coming after me. All right. Well,
all right. Be safe.
Bye, guys. Talk to you soon. Take care.
For coming on. All right. Wow. Then Attorney Nan Gallagher. Here we are. Chug that martini, right? I know. Tom is doing some paperwork. I'm gonna head downstairs for a second. I'm just gonna put it on mute. You guys can talk amongst yourself for a second. I want the class to behave. If not, you're going down to the principal's office. I'll send you down to see Auntie Deb. You don't want to go down to that room 103. You know that. Any news from Aiden? Yeah, he's been sending out some tweets. I think it's already been through the chat about Cola Keithis, that she has a lawyer with her and she's going to dispute or talk about Jim McCabe told her that there was a ring camera footage of John O'Keefe being hit by a car in an attempt to convince her to turn against Karen, just so you know. That's coming. I've not heard any words about Lucky being in the house or anything, being in the courtroom or anything like that. But this has been an absolute blast because I didn't know that she was going to be able to opine on, you know, Welcher's testimony, which is, I guess, is great. You pick your battles, right? I mean, so he won the whole DNA thing, but immediately she went to, well, I saw the pictures of the clothes on the floor, and then she actually brought up chain of custody. So I was happy with that reaction. So, in my opinion. So, I don't know. But anyways, I still truly hate that man, meaning Hank Brennan. Oh, God. And the whole thing about Hank going, hey, you rode together in the limo. Like, oh, ooh. The fuck? Is that bad? I don't know. Is that bad? Man, RG Legend. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, if you're not following RG Legend on Twitter, do yourself a favor. No, even if it was Timmy, even if the ring camera was from across the street, from Deputy Chief Kelleher. Yeah, they're at lunch, Bobby. Oh, so yeah, so Barros is there and Lucky's there. Oh, cool. In the courtroom. Oh, cool. And okay, and the girl. I hope Dr. Russell's been on the stand for what? 2 full days, right? Would you say? Yeah, that whole so what WBZ when this first happened reported that. Dave, I'm getting to your tweet here, David. You're not following him too on that if they had it on a ring camera, and they kept it up on their website for a year after the fact. Oh God. Anyways, I'm gonna step out for a second. We're gonna let my co-counsel outside for a walk real quick. You guys want to go in the hot tub? Then I'm moving. Okay. Oh, there's Tommy. Tommy, what's going on?
Back.
All right.
Where we at? Where we at?
I was going to go to if you want to back up like 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. It's interesting that they're letting Dr. Marie Russell talk about Welch's testimony, how the tailgate hit his arm, how that wouldn't have, oh yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Really?
Oh yeah, how the chain of custody was broken. That's why she's like expanding on a lot of things that she's not really an expert.
Right.
She's not an expert on. You know, she's just not a crash reconstructionist. So
Correct.
Welch, you know, and then she's not a chain of custody person, but she knows about the pictures because she saw the clothes on the floor.
Why is Hank asking her then?
No, Hank's not. It's actually Bobby Alessi. So it's interesting that, you know, the door of DNA was opened. But
right.
Then again, now these questions are being asked. And I'm sure Hank Brand's going to come back and say, you're not this, but how could you expand on this? Because it's fucking logic that you look at this and say, you know, whatever. But I'll let you watch the last 8 to 12 minutes of this trial.
Okay. Yeah.
They just went to lunch literally 5 minutes ago, so you should be fine. And I'll be back up, all right?
There's a sidebar. Yeah. They're going to
no, they're at lunch, not a sidebar.
Yeah.
I'll be
all right. Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna go back and watch. I got this here. I see it.
You got it?
Yeah. So it's right about
the other thing we were talking about too, Nan and I, is that even though Kelly Deaver allegedly punched out at 3:45 that night who says she left the fucking building?
Mike. Here's the thing. Are you ready?
Yeah.
It happens. They play fuck with the desk. Who's on desk? You got desk. I got desk. You got desk. Whatever.
Right.
She stayed late till 3:45. Right?
For her overtime schedule. Right. Yes.
She wasn't supposed to, but because of what happened, they kept her on.
Yes.
That's a double. Can't work past that. What does she do then?
Punches out.
And then what'd she do?
She was hanging around. That's what I'm saying.
No,
she hung around.
negative.
What?
She goes home.
Calls in sick.
No, listen. She goes home at 3:45. That's her end of her schedule. She's had a long day. She just worked a double. Wasn't planning on it. Punches out. She goes home to sleep. Follow me here?
Yeah.
What time does she wake up to go to work, Mike?
For the night shift? I don't know.
She working night shift, wasn't she?
Yeah. But she's saying that
she starts at 11.
I don't know.
The car got back at 5:30. Then they brought it in the Sally Port. So she was there. She just went home when they went and got the car. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, she punched out at 3:45. You're saying she went home.
Then she went home and slept because she was dead ass tired. I promise you. She went home and slept. But then her next shift was 11 o'clock.
You think Higgins and Short and Shiny was still there?
Yes.
Okay, that's
okay. No, Higgins was there till 1:30.
The next day?
Isn't that the next day?
Well, yeah, that would be Saturday. She was there. He was there till 1:30 that night.
When was Higgins? Higgins was
Friday morning. Saturday morning.
There was no reason for him to be there. They had no vehicle. They had to go get it.
Right, at 1:30 in the morning. You're getting me confused.
No. All right, Mike, you're working midnight shift, 11 to 7. All right? 7 o'clock comes around, and you can't go home because of what happened at 6 o'clock. You're stuck here. You're working a double. Okay?
Right. Yep.
So 11 to 7. Now you're working 8 to 4. She doesn't take lunch because she wants to get the fuck home. She punches out at 3:45.
Right.
The next shift is 4 to 11. Right?
Yep.
And then 11 to 7. That's her shift. So the 4 to 11, she was sleeping at home. That's when they went and procured the Jeep from Dighton and brought it back to the Sallyport.
What Jeep? You mean the Lexus?
I mean, the Lexus. Yes, the Lexus.
Okay. So how does she know
Because
Higgins?
she starts her job at 11 o'clock. She's there
So
at
you're saying-
10:45 that night.
So you're saying that she saw them in the Sallyport at 11 o'clock?
She spent the whole fucking shift there, dude.
That's
Show me
your point.
differently. Yeah.
I'm going with that. But I'm saying they have her on video when the car is pulled in, walking around cleaning it up right around the same time.
Okay.
But her testimony is that she's not in the video because we don't know who this woman is. I think it's her. What I want to know is, can we do a FOIA report looking for the cameras of her actually pulling out in her personal vehicle?
Yes. All right, Mike.
All right, I'm gonna go eat lunch.
Yeah. 11 to 7.
I'm telling you, I understand the math.
Yeah. Or midnight to 8. Whichever one. 8 to 4. 4 to 11. Oh. So we just do this. Just for the fuck of it. These are the 3 shifts, right? Well, it's either 11 to 7 or midnight to 8, one way or the other, Rob. But just so we can all talk about this, right? 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. So let me revise that. 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. And that's the shifts, boys and girls. Rob, it's 8 hours. They're working 8 hours. However, they put that in the time clock because that's on them. So she's working 11 to 7. Right? She's working 11 to 7. Something happens at 6. She gets pulled over. So now she's working 7 to 3. That's her double shift right there. She can't work past that. Done. She has to go home and sleep because she's beat up. She wasn't planning on working the second shift. So she's pissed. But she understands. She's a team player. I got this. Go. Don't worry about me. Just take care of the stuff you got to take care of. She goes home to sleep at 3 o'clock. You never go right to sleep. Never. Not as a cop. Usually need a couple belts to get that sleeping thing going. So say she went to sleep at 5 o'clock. She's used to sleeping then. That's right. There was snow too. So she sleeps 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She's up at 10. 10 p.m. So here's the problem with that. Right? Watch this. She go to work at 11. Here's our problem. So at 5:30, Scrivener's error. Oops. PM. Proctor goes and gets the Lexus and brings it back to Canton, Sallyport. She goes to work at 11 o'clock. The Lexus has been at Canton PD from 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. 5.5 hours it was been there. And what happened was everyone left it alone because everybody was tired. Everybody went home. Everyone took a nap. Catch up in the morning. Let me know when you're awake. That type of stuff. So for her to say that she didn't see Alexis inside the Sallyport, yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that one. How do you not, as a cop, how do you not walk into the Sallyport? I think it was her in the Sallyport too. All right, chat. I'm gonna close this out, but this makes sense, right, people? You all get how she can work that, right? Boom, right there. But does that make sense, guys? That the work schedule here, you guys understand? Yes. I put it on the up there so everyone can see it. That's what I think happened. Let me do this. I'm gonna tweet that out. Remember that? Remember that? The girl that saw everything. Remember that girl? You remember? You remember? Who do you think is in the Sally porn? I think it was this girl. I think this girl was at the Sallyport and she was there with Berkowitz and Higgins and I think Lank had to be there. Yeah, I'm looking for that video, Jen. I'm also gonna take this and tweet it. Copy. I want the video from Microdos that shows that. No. I want to play the other video. It depends if Canton Civil Service. If Canton Civil Service, then she got on through that process, and you have preferential treatment if you live in the town, and she did. So when Canton called for the list, they take 2 people, and out of the 2, they pick 1. So if they need 5 cops, they have 10 people plus 2 plus 2 more, however they do it. So they interview all years, and they pick 5 years, and then you go to the academy and you get trained. Then you get thrown into a car and thrown on the streets. But if the Sallyport video is recovered and it ends up being that girl, yeah, that's bad. That's very bad. My goodness. Paste. CPD. While it snows out, and then here she goes into work at 11, and what is in the Sally Port PM post. Where are you guys? Here you are. Love you guys. Stop that stuff there. Boom. Yeah, them numbers don't add up. They someone did something about her house. She bought an $800,000 house. Her and her boyfriend bought it together. So she's obviously in love. So let her go. I think we'll leave her be. She's just think about it. She's just a pawn. She's doing what she has to do. Put yourself in her position, right? You have to go to work with everybody. You have to go that night. You're off on the stand, then you're going to work. And you're going to go work with all these people, and they're all going to look at you funny because now they all saw her testify on the stand. It was $178,000 down payment. 178. And I think they both put it down. Dave, my pleasure, my friend. Thank you for being here. Appreciate everybody. I mean, really, I can't ask. I have the best chat, without a doubt. She's allowing Karen to go to jail. Yeah, and again, Stacy, you know what? I'm kind of feeling the same way. If there's people who they would not be happy, and I don't want to do that to them. But god damn, this girl's gonna go to jail. What the frig, man? You're not gonna stand up for that and say, whoa, 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 whoa. So I have a problem. What, do I out that person? No. Am I mad at that person? Yes. That's right. How do they sleep at night? I'm curious. I'm really, it really confuses me how these people sleep at night. I don't understand. Jen McCabe thinking up that it was Karen that did it was because of her taillight. Oh, that's evil. And then they all just made it happen. Think about that. They made somebody disappear. For the most part, they erased them. And you know what? It's sad, but you should be freaking outraged. Outraged that we're even here. Gingy, Tom, she's not going to jail. Things are falling into place. God's will. Yeah, we're getting all these things. And the jury. I'm pray that the jury actually is seeing what we're seeing, because again, we know a lot more, right? We know that girl, she grew up in Canton, she lived in Canton, she worked in Canton. Get out of here. She's friends with friggin' everybody that was in that house. She knew every one of them personally. No way. No way. That's some bad stuff. Either way, I need to go to Lake Champlain. That's what I need to do. Way up. Way up. Way up. Download attachments. See if I can get these things again. Probably not. let me share this crosswalk. Okay. All right, stop. I'm gonna share this, guys, so you guys can see what's going on. Motorcycles. Verify. Continue. I put in a freedom of information request. Dear Mr. DeRosa, this responds to your April 28th request to the Norfolk DA's office. Treat it as a public records request, including name, identifying information, demographics, telephone numbers. Close, you'll find the following records responsive to your request. Let me just check the chat. Renee, thank you so very much. Wow. Thank you, Renee, very, 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 very much. We appreciate you guys being here, and we really appreciate the donation. I mean, if you don't want to donate, that's fine. That's cool. We get it. But the thumbs up and the like button, that stuff's free. You can subscribe too. That way, when we go live, you'll get a notification. So what was I reading right here? All right. Appellant brief, I mentioned there because of them. Correspondence, 6 pages. Civil docket case. Grant. That ain't him. I'm named there. Motion to consolidate preliminary injunction hearings in civil action case. That's when we put all the records requests, all the different things together. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Thank you, Brandon Hunt. And that's that. So they sent me some documents. She was sleeping in the parking lot because she had to work a double. Huh. Listen, firemen get issued a bed. Think about that for a second. They actually get issued a bed. Firemen. Instead of a kitchen, how about like a relaxation room or like a sensory deprivation room where they can go in and decompress? How about a room like that where if they want to go in for an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours and take a nap, let them. Let the guy who's having a problem with his wife access to that room if it's open so he can go in there and center himself. There's none of that. None of that. Why? Do you want someone showing up that's right on their game? Or do you want someone that's showing up who's tired, who doesn't want to do this because they're tired? So I'm not making excuses. I would say I myself haven't been on the other side of the fence. I've seen the difference. You definitely want someone who's rested. So if someone was sleeping, let them. It's not a bad thing. You want somebody who is mentally there. You know? Yeah, and some of it's self-induced. I absolutely agree. Some of it's self-induced. I mean, you know, I don't know if you guys know what a McMansion is. It's like a little, like, it's not a raised ranch, but it's like a new stage Art Deco type of a. They put them up all over the place. So everyone that bought these McMansions, they're paying all this big money. So they have to work these overtime. They have to work these details. Because when they got the loan, which they will give you, the bank will give you, because they know you're a cop, they know they're gonna get paid. They don't care. They'll give you whatever you want when you're a cop. No, it was 170, no, 140. Oh, you're killing me now. It was 147,000, I think. It was not 425. It was not 425. Let me check here. Did I tweet it out? I'm gonna check. I think it was this morning. Yeah, Commonwealth. Did they preserve the tissue samples? No. Where is it? Back. I'm looking, guys. I'm looking. Hold on. Shame on Hank for bringing that up, by the way. All right. I should probably share this. It was 170. Yeah, that's right. Gingy. 178. I'm sorry. She's right. It was $178,000 down in her boyfriend, who also is a police officer. They put that money down. Being a police officer, you can make that kind of money. That's probably maybe 3 years worth of saving and busting your balls and working them doubles, working the details in the snow, in the rain, not going on vacations, putting the money away, and they bought a house. She also got gifted a condominium when her grandmother died, I think. Left it to her. So she had the condominium, so she sold the condo also, and I think she used some of that money down. So if she made 78 profit on the condo, which she probably could based on her grandmother, yeah, she did pretty good. Somebody broke it all down last night for me, Gingy, and I couldn't believe it. Let me show Twitter. I thought I shared it on Twitter. Check this out. Kelly Divas, I had an hour-long Zoom call with the defense team. Haven't slept since Alan Jackson taught me about perjury. Spoke to the feds multiple times about this case. Scared, maybe? Got called up to the Boston PD commissioner's office to talk about my testimony because the fucking FBI dropped a dime to the Boston PD. But I have absolutely no idea why I'm here. I bet she's a great cop. We can't read. They're just normal people with no agenda. Imagine that. 20 seconds.
Go with yes.
Question. Here we go. You ready?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Like clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Really now? Really? Really? You all saw that, yes? That's nobody's doing. That's her saying that, okay? Wow. Where do you even start? Where do you even start with that? My God. Oh my God. Here you go. Here you go. All right. Ginger. Shut some of these windows down. Got like 30 windows open. One second. I can shut that. That's huge. All right. Ginger. I don't see you in the chat. All right. This is what I was reading. This is pretty cut and dry here. She bought a house with her mom, 520. Finance 424, average. Lateral transfer to Boston Police Department. Sold the house. Bought a house with her boyfriend for 800. Finance 640. Salary. Title, salary. First year. Second year. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's got 4 years. He's got 2 years. And they already bought a house together. You guys see that? This was a house. I thought it was her grandmother up here. Yeah. So imagine that, guys. Imagine that. Oh, we got more. We got more. All right, we can get out of this one. It blows up. That's this one. This is unbelievably embarrassing to the people of Massachusetts. This is supposed to be a professional, an officer of the law. What was so hard about saying there were security cameras in the Sally Port?
It would make sense because that's where we bring press.
What's the Sally Port?
A Sally Port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sally Port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge, okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right.
There were cameras in the Sally Port.
Thank you.
That's just crazy town. I'm sorry, man. That's just bizarreness. Listen, you can't make this up. Check this out. You'll like this one. Guys, you ready for this one? Kelly Diva is BFFs with Sarah Levinson, who's BFFs with Brian Albert Jr., whose dad is Brian Albert Sr., where John O'Keefe was found dead. Kelly Diva worked at CPD with Kevin Albert, who was Brian Sr.'s brother. To clean things up and to hide her, she got moved to BPD. Imagine that. And she said she doesn't know who Brian Albert is. The incestuous nature of this corrupt, morally bankrupt town cannot be kept at bay. It rears its ugly head at every turn. And you know what's friggin' crazy too? They're all connected. They are. The doctor come out of the crowd and whack me as I was walking down filming it. He knew he'd get out of it. That's how corrupt it is, these people. 67.4% raise. Ouch. Wow. Did he get a similar bump for an additional year experience? First year is a sign-on bonus, maybe? That counts as what? I don't know. Yeah. Thanks, Hank. This is no words. Hank, it's just unbelievable. So unacceptable for what Hank did to those kids. This is the future of Canton, boys and girls. Yeah, this is the tweet. What's changed? 2003, 2004. That one went viral. Higgins never hit on Kelly. What if that never happened? Crayons. This one is confusing me. How does a rookie cop get the coveted daytime shift as a new cop? Wow. Does that really happen? Anyone? As I'm confused here. Right? How does that happen? How does she automatically get slotted right into the daytime shift? Come on over. There's an opening. No one wants it. That's just ridiculous. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Let me check. Stop that, because I'm not sharing that. All right. I'm putting the fan back up just so you guys. All right. Now I can hear the fan. Oh man. I missed the 2 minutes. I want 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Here we go. Back to this. All right. Female police officer who Worked in Canton, lived in Canton, went to high school in Canton, grew up in Canton, knows nothing about this murder by SUV during an epic blizzard that happened one night she was working in Canton. Kind of weird she didn't mention knowing anyone inside the house but one person. This is great. I'm gonna sip of coffee here. First thing Jen McCabe does is lie to the FBI. She lied to the FBI, Jen McCabe. First thing. So let's talk to Mr. Bedrow, who is hands down one of the God's gifts. He is a gift from God, this man. So he says, rookie cop hauled in by the leader of a department about her testimony in a huge case where deceased is a member of the new department. Yeah, John O'Keefe worked for Boston Police Department. She worked for Boston Police Department. She don't know nothing about it. She previously has provided information favorable to the defense and harmful to her old department in the case for the murder of the deceased member of her new department. She is told her new department has her back and to do the right thing. Add in what she told the FBI after being warned about the consequences for lying. She then recants what she told FBI, testifies very nasty towards the defense, and says the only threats she received were from the defense. I'm not sure, but this is believable here. I'm not sure that that is believable here. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's definitely not. Now lying to the FBI is okay if you call it a mistake. True. Yep. Where's the Fed report? Right? No report never happened. Jimmy, you're absolutely right, Jimmy. This case gets dirtier and dirtier. Seems like it's all on the prosecution side. From day one, that's my comment. Yep. Yeah. Sucks having a shoulder like that. Brian worked at the BPD also. So, like, how could she not know him? He was in charge. He was a bigwig. How does she not know him? Filing complaint with the FBI over that is really sus. He's right. Why would she file a complaint over that? Good catch, Mike. I get that. Yeah, he's right on the money there. Mike's got a point. She went to them because she lied. Wow. Not like they were on a fishing expedition. She did change her story. 100% true, bud. Yep. Wow. Exactly how I was. Go get out of station house on the watch fly, Boston, please. This reeks, doesn't it? She doesn't know what sequestration is. Odd that a police commissioner would have to call one of his offices to tell him the truth to tell the truth on the stand. What else does he think one of his officers would do? Great point. Great point, Janet. That's awesome. Check this. That's pretty good, huh? Let's see what else. May 12th, 2003. She got pinned. Congratulations. I'll go for that. She just has to learn the ethics again. I can't. I'm not even going down that road. No. Just a reminder that due to the failures of the Massachusetts State Police training in crash reconstruction, Trooper Paul, the taxpayers of Mass spent $500,000 for Judd and Shannon. I'm going to reshare that one again, repost that. Thank you, Meredith. It's true, right? What's this? Huh. Boston satire. That ain't real. State police officials under investigation for overtime scheme. Yeah. That's just a thing.
You doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man?
You all right?
Yeah. It's just kind of sad.
Well,
that's not, you know. I don't know, bud.
What are you talking about, man?
I just again, I ended up looking at Sandra's that thing Sandra made
Oh,
for
Jesus,
Valentine for her baby. I keep and once I get that in my head, forget it. It's over. I'm done. Like it's all it's at the front of my head now until God knows when again. It just left. Ah.
I saw your Twitter post about 3 to 11, 11 to 7.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I kind of understood what you were talking about, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that you were saying, and I was thinking that they were both there late.
Right.
She says on a widely amount of time that night, whatever.
Right after working a double, you just have nothing but home.
So you think Higgins and Berkowitz were just getting the rest of the taillight off the way they wanted it and getting ready to play it in the next couple of days? Is that we kind of okay.
And when she came in and she walked into the Sallyport at 11 o'clock, and they were in there.
Probably. Yeah.
Mike, we can't believe the timestamps on the fucking time things. I don't believe anything that we see. I don't believe anything we see. That's why they erased the girl out of it. I was going to look for it.
Oh, we should do a show where we look back at that Sallyport video and stuff. And
I absolutely, yes.
Brett Happens, I think, does a good sign with that one.
Did she tear it apart?
I think she did.
I want to find it. I want to find a good one real soon and get permission to replay it. See if she'll let us restream it. Muted.
We should have her as a guest.
Yes. Oh, without a doubt. I love her.
Yeah.
She does great stuff. You've seen her stuff, right?
She was in our chat this morning.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, look, Flip made the doll. Oh, Flip ahead.
Did he?
Nice.
They made another one. No. He's got a doll already, doesn't he?
Does he really? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gingy, what sign, sweetie? I don't understand what sign she's talking about.
I love it. Auntie Deb checking out Flipper. Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh my God! Stop! I listened to him this morning.
Is he funny,
Mike? I was freaking rolling.
Yeah, he's got it going on, man. I'm telling you, he's fucking funny. He's fucking great.
We're gonna get into that. I know Microdots did something about that. I want that link. CPUTom@gmail. If you find it, send me that link. And then the other one from Britt, I want that link. Anything to do with that, with the Sallyport, anything to do with it. That's a video. Can you send it to me so I want to be able to watch it and go back to the owner, whoever has it, and ask permission to if I can play it again. So. Yeah. Jimmy's got it going on. You muted again, bud.
My co-counsel is on.
They're just saying hi. Hey, bud. Hi, bud. How you doing? Dog wants attention. Dog loves Mike. So when he picks the dog up, dog's just happy as can be. I had one of them. Oh, Now Jessica Fritz. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jessica. Thank you for being here. You're a sweetie, by the way.
Everybody's dogs are barking.
Yes, you get everyone's going. Jessica's been she's very, very strong woman. I'm glad I know her. So
we got the fan back on. If you want to, I don't know if you're watching it or not.
yeah, I got it up. I'll put up. I was just going over Twitter with everybody.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, keep going, man.
No, but I'm done with. I ended up at Sandra's thing again, so I can't.
All right.
Every time, Mike. Every freaking time.
Get you, huh?
Yeah. And I can't not see it. You know what I mean?
No, you can't unsee that shit, dude.
Yeah, we need Jimmy. We need him to make us laugh.
I would love to see him.
My shoulder's on fire. The dude gave me a shot. Oh my god, the shot hurt like a freaking
You sound
fire.
really tired, dude. Just so you know.
Yeah.
You can lay down and watch it, can't you? I can cover this, man. I can do this.
I don't know. I'm all into this, bud. This is good.
All right.
Just kind of get sideways when that stuff happens, you know.
Right. Hopefully, who do you think the next witness is going to be? Kolakithis?
Yeah, and I hear she's going to say something about
a ring camera. Yep.
A ring camera video that just caught everything.
Well, yeah, that's what she was told by Jen.
She wasn't she?
Allegedly. That's just fucking wrong. And this is WBZ left it out there, the ring reporter and stuff like that, all that bullshit. I don't know, man. I don't trust them. And now I'm hearing that the O'Keefes and Jen McCabe aren't friends anymore. And this is, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
That whole thing, Mike. I can't. There's too much. To have Hank Brennan in court, let the kids know what happened to their father when they're trying to keep it from them.
Yeah, right.
How awkward is that conversation? Listen, kids, there was court today. Something came out, and you're gonna hear it. So, I mean, it's not fair to the kids to have that thrown on them at this age, but I guess they have absolutely zero moral compass, these people. That's something that they can leave out. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, everybody, for worrying about my arm. It's wicked sore. I forget what I was talking about. I keep losing my train of thought. What was I talking about? I was talking about something good. What was it? What was it?
Nope.
Yeah, it was a big cortisone shot in my shoulder.
Today on Tom's cortisone shot update, folks, Dr. Russell will weigh in to see.
I wonder if I can. Can I record that stuff? Watch this needle go through.
I don't know, man. You're getting old. We're getting old.
We are. So yeah, I'll do that next. No, I can't because the MRI is magnetized. I can't do it. How am I going to make this happen?
What?
I'm just trying to think. Next time they'll put dye in my shoulder and then they'll do another MRI. But I can't bring the phone because it's magnetized. You can't have no magnetism. It's all bad.
If Hardman didn't manhandle you,
Yeah, well, he did.
We wouldn't be here.
We are. It's just like if someone took their fist and just punched you right into the friggin' shoulder if you're leaning against the wall, so it was like a solid direct. Yeah. but it's messed up. What else, guys? Oh, let's talk about. We have 2 parties going on. Everybody, heads up! Oh, here comes Court. We have a glow party coming up from Jessica from the Bourne Rotary. We have to talk about that. And the other one was, I think, Hopkinton. I have to get that in my email. cputom@gmail.com. Oh, Coco, I feel so bad. You're 5. Yeah.
It's JoJo.
JoJo. Yeah, I'm sorry, JoJo. That's ouch. Oh, you're making me think about it. Oh, I hope you're better. Does it help at least? This doesn't. I don't think. All right. What's up? Come on. Full screen, baby. Fox. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, we left off talking on the topic of differential diagnosis, and more specifically, we were talking about the lower extremity, the leg, and you were mentioning we reoriented to Attorney Brennan's questioning in the area. Could you please describe for the jury your basis of differential diagnosis with regard to the lower extremities and the leg, and specifically with regard to the autopsy's analysis of that area?
Well, the autopsy doctor did a very thorough evaluation of lower extremities, and to include, the external examination, which is very important, as well as an internal examination of the extremities, the tissues beneath the skin in both legs.
And just briefly, how did she perform that internal examination beneath the skin to look at what was beneath the skin?
Well, to directly visualize those tissues, she had to open up the skin. So she opened up the skin in the legs from the buttocks right down to the bottom of the legs near the ankle, and then reflected or folded back the skin to examine if there were any injuries to the tissues underneath.
Were there any injuries to the tissues underneath from that examination?
There were no injuries that she mentioned, nor no injuries that I saw on the pictures.
And no injuries, did that include analyzing whether there was any inflammation?
No, you can't tell about inflammation, but I specifically looked at the area adjacent to a very punctate little abrasion on the knee. And I looked underneath of that area very carefully on the photograph, and there was nothing. No injury underneath, no bruising, no hemorrhage underneath that abrasion.
With regard to that, how did you describe that punctate? I want to make sure I got it accurate. By the right knee?
Abrasion.
Abrasion. Could you determine from that even the age of that abrasion?
I could not.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Brennan?
Could I inquire about scope?
See you at Sidebar.
No sidebar, Tommy.
Yep, my phone. I'm gonna talk to her real quick on this. Answer this call. 1 second.
Yep. Okay.
All right, what sidebar number is this? Anybody?
I think it's 6.
Ted Daniel banging the keyboard. Jess Machado over there working hard as usual.
Yeah, I think Aiden might have went home. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, these guys, kids.
Yeah.
Don't blame them there. No question. That's not even a question. Go.
You think that guy? Do you think we bought him lunch today? Look at that guy, Gutsky.
That guy right
Definitely.
there to the left, yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah, Dutsky. Yeah, definitely.
if you're missing lunch, that's my first choice right there. Like
Follow him. He'll show you where the food is.
he may know where the lunch went.
Right. He's definitely got anything that's left over, without a doubt. And he scraps. Who's the girl sitting next to Peggy O'Keefe now? That's a switch up. I got
Hold on
my.
a second, I hear an alarm now. Hold on.
Put it on mute. Who's that? Like, who's the Viking girl? I gotta find who that is. The transgender there. I know it's Pride Week and the O'Keefes are big on it, but still, get an eye on who it is. You got 7 sidebars, okay.
I don't know. That's weird. I was hearing it. Who's the thing sitting next to John's ex-girlfriend?
I don't know. I
No
don't
one's
know.
figured
Dude.
that out.
No, she's a barbarian though. She definitely was in an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie as a stunt double. Yeah, definitely. She was definitely like in Conan the Barbarian, no doubt about it. She's either like the stunt double or what? I'm not quite sure. I don't even, is Baghdad Bob there? I don't even see him.
I haven't seen him here.
No.
Real quick with my sister, she does the CPU channel. So her and another lady, I don't want to mention her name, talk to her every morning. They do a great job over there, so I let them handle anything. Anything over at CPU, talk to Mary, talk to CPU Mod 1. They'll get in touch with me and we'll figure stuff out. It's easy how that works. But the mods in the other channel.
Yeah.
So like
I swear to God, these people must hear us talking because they always move the camera when I mention like someone in the front row. But go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
Oh no, they probably do, Mike. But no, I just want to thank her. She's my sister, so right off the bat we don't get along. We're gonna argue and stuff like that about the sister stuff. But she's actually, really helping me with the other channel. So I got 14,000 something. I'll tell you real quick. 14,333 subscribers over at Tom CPU. And the ladies that are doing the modding over there, thank you very much. You guys are doing just awesome job. So keep that train rolling. And then there are mods that are over here seeking justice. So there's 2 sets of mods, and they're both excellent. I can let each one do their own thing, and that works out.
They can always do better, Tom. Let's not put them on a pedestal.
I'm
putting always do better.
I'm putting them on a pedestal, man.
Tommy and his compliments, Tommy 2 phones. I'm just saying we can always strive to be better.
How about that? Perfection is tough to top.
Oh my God! Hey, what's up, you rat fuck?
There he is. Hey!
Hey! Who ate my lunch? Who the fuck ate my lunch?
Got my pencil.
Give me. Is that my chocolate milk? You fuck. Fucking asshole. Look at Marie Russell. I'm standing.
Dr. Russell, I asked you questions about your past testimony regarding methodology. And when I asked you those questions and showed you some of your transcripts, would you agree with me that you have testified that there is no recognized methodology on diagnosing dog bite wounds?
No, I believe I said that there was no standard methodology or no standard.
Here we go again. Another 3 hours of fucking
guidelines as to how to diagnose dog bite wounds.
There is no accepted practice directing you on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to identify a wound as a dog bite, is there?
There are no accepted standards.
When Attorney Lisi had you look at a
Lisi.
couple of
Not
case
Lisi,
files
Lisi.
from the Journal of Legal Medicine, let me ask you about that. You're not suggesting that those articles substitute for the absence
Objection,
of standards
reading.
in identifying dog bites from photographs, are you?
Before standards are created, there are usually articles that have recommendations upon which the standards are subsequently based.
That wasn't my question, so we're going to listen to the question, please.
Oh,
Those
you rat fuck.
articles,
Wow.
whatever their value you think they are, they do not create a standard to apply for diagnosing or looking at a photograph and coming to a conclusion whether the abrasions are dog bites, do they?
Correct.
And so when he had you read pieces of these articles, had Attorney Alisi gone over these articles with you before?
Yes, we discussed them several months ago.
Did he point out parts of them he would like you to read?
I pointed out parts that I thought were significant.
In this article that was marked for identification, parts of it are highlighted. Who highlighted those parts?
Mr. Alessi highlighted those based on my recommendations.
So Attorney Alisi highlighted the parts he wanted you to read to the jury?
Yes, and I believe they were the same parts that I read last time.
Can we have Exhibit 1, please? Now,
Here we go
regarding the Munich article,
Jesus Christ, round and round we
that
go.
was a
So
case
last time was
study on
30
the
seconds.
unfortunate death of a young girl, yes?
Yes.
Who was attacked by or bitten by up to 3 different dogs.
Yes.
And it was a neck wound from which she bled.
Yes.
Very, very unlike what you're looking at here.
Yes, but that's very typical of an article, scientific article. They will present a case study and then present the research behind what they have seen in other articles and make recommendations.
I'm not asking you to defend that it's different. I'm asking you if it is different.
Oh, it is different.
Very different, isn't it?
Yes, that neck wound, yes.
Extraordinarily different.
Yes.
And so when you read this, let me ask you a couple questions. In this article, it talks about the characteristics of dog bites, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it talks about the maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite.
Yes.
So when the dog clamps down, the teeth kind of go to the side to tear the skin.
I didn't interpret it that way, no.
Okay. A scissor bite is when a dog bites down, yes?
Yes, I believe that what they were describing was the dog bites down.
And when it bites down, it anchors. That means teeth on the bottom penetrate, puncture, yes?
They can, but they don't always puncture.
And then the top is a puncture. If you're going to scissor, it requires a puncture, doesn't it?
It's a mechanism. It's a movement. What they're describing is a move. In the way I read it, the way they described it is a movement like a scissor, where it's open and it's closed. It doesn't mean anything about how deep they penetrate.
There are no scissor bites on that wound, are there?
I don't know. I see 1 or 2 things that show up what I think might be upper and lower, so it could be.
Would you define any of those abrasions as scissor bites, Dr. Russell?
We talked earlier about how these marks here may be
Here we
lower.
go again.
I'm not going to define it. No, I can't say for sure that there's a scissor bite, but I see things that appear to be characteristics of upper and lower teeth.
I'm asking you about scissor bites. Please listen to my question. There is nothing on that wound that is consistent with scissor bites, is there?
I don't know.
Well, you're the expert. So when you look at that, can you point whether there's any wounds that are consistent with scissor bites?
According to their definition, and that's not an accepted definition, but according to what they were describing, and I believe what they meant was an open and closing of the jaw as the scissor activity. I believe that there's possibly 2 areas where I see that.
You're now saying this article that you relied on redirect examination is not an accepted authority?
I'm not saying it's not an accepted authority. It is a peer review article.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing. Do you see any crushing or tearing in those abrasions?
There's no crushing or tearing here, but does not mean that there has to be crushing or tearing.
I'm reading your article. I'm just reading verbatim, and I'm asking you about it.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain so that nobody gets nobody misunderstands this.
Crushing and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures. A puncture is when a tooth penetrates the skin and there's some depth to it, correct?
Yes.
Show me one puncture, anyone,
There
on
are-
that wound.
Okay, there are no punctures on this arm that I see. However, again, the wounds don't have to have every single characteristic. It is, it depends on the force of the bite, how the wounds are going to appear.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing that results in a characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. There is no punctures whatsoever in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no lacerations in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no avulsions in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However,
I'm just asking you the question, Dr. Russell.
So you can maybe ask her.
Specifically, this study says the injuries cause a combination biting, crushing, and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. They name 3 things that are characteristic traits of a dog bite, and you would agree not one of those 3 traits is present on the arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in that case, those were dog bites that killed the victim. In this case, we do not believe that these dog bites killed the victim.
When they were discussing this article on the victim who was killed, do you realize when they were giving background, this background has nothing to do with the case study? This is general background I just read. Do you realize that?
They were investigating fatal dog bites.
Do you realize that is not qualified in this article? You realize that?
I realize that they were commenting on fatal dog bites. This is not a case of a fatal dog bite.
This article, I'm going to show it to you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the highlighted paragraphs that Attorney Alisi had you read, that is describing the background of dog bites, not this fatal attack. Would you agree with me?
The title of the... No, I don't agree.
Okay. I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Mr. Leslie?
Is it 210?
In the other article that you read from, that was highlighted as well. Who highlighted the portions you were to read?
Mr. Alessi.
It describes that teeth from a canine create a stab wound-like skin laceration. They can do that, right?
They can do
Do you
that.
see any stab-like wound lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No.
It talks about punctures. And again, we've discussed this. There is 0 punctures on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Correct.
You said that when somebody is in a collision, that they can suffer injuries such as bruising or breaks.
Yes.
We've also discussed when a person is impacted by a vehicle, it can result in a variety of different injuries or no injury at all.
Correct.
There's a number of dynamic factors involved that are very difficult to assess and predict, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not do any accident reconstruction to try to identify the details of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so, having not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position to give an opinion as to how the injuries could or would have happened in this case?
I disagree.
Specifically, you were asked questions about the impact or collision in this case. How fast was the defendant's Lexus traveling when there may have been an impact in this case?
I understand possibly 24 miles an hour.
Who picked that number?
I have no idea.
Well, you heard it from somewhere and you're just giving an opinion on it. Where is that number committed to or derived from?
I don't know.
Well, if you're going to give an opinion based on what you're portraying as facts to this jury, you should have some certainty about the source of your material, shouldn't you?
You know, I'm an ER doctor, so in the ER, I've treated thousands of motor vehicle accident cases. And most of the time, I do not know what speed the vehicles were going at. I've never done accident reconstruction. I don't know any ER doctor that does accident construction or is trained in accident construction. It's not part of the job.
I totally agree, but you're having opinions you're giving on behalf of Mr. Alisi, and that's why I'm pressing you on these issues. Do you know, you don't know the movement of John O'Keefe before any potential strike or collision, do you?
I don't know the movement of most of the patients I've seen in my life before or immediately after the impact.
Of course, you wouldn't know the body angle because you weren't there.
Right.
So when you're asked to give an opinion whether this was a clip or a direct strike, you're really not in a position, having not been an accident reconstructionist and not having been there, to give that type of information, are you?
I wasn't asked to give an opinion about whether this was a clip or a direct strike. I was asked to give an opinion about these wounds caused by a motor vehicle collision.
So you would agree with me, you are not in a position, based on your opportunity to view evidence and your experience, to give an opinion about what injuries would have occurred in this event?
No, I disagree.
And so you think you can give an opinion about the extent of injuries, even though you are agreeing, not only you're not an accident reconstruction expert, you have no idea about the details of the collision in this case, Dr. Russell.
Mr.
Is
Brennan,
that true?
I have no details about the collision?
About what happened during the collision. You have no details about the body movement, the placement, the speed. You don't have any details that you know of other than what was told to you, correct?
Sustained.
There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of motor vehicle accidents in which there are no lower body brakes. Fair to say?
Probably, yes.
You mentioned bruising. What do you do to treat for a bruise? If someone's going to has some type of
what are you
pressing
doing, dude?
and the bruise before it really forms, what's the best way to treat it?
Well, it depends on the bruise, it depends on the location, it depends on whether or not there's
Cortisone
continued
shot.
bleeding in the soft tissue.
Yeah. Oh, shit,
It
huh?
depends on whether there's compression of the blood vessels.
Hey, you
And
gotta
the
move on, pal. You're
and
getting
or
smoked.
the nerves underneath. And then, and of course, you want to examine adjacent structures for fractures and other injuries. And then after all that, if you've ruled out major, other injuries, you treat the patient for pain.
You ever prescribe ice?
Oh, yes.
So if a person
What
was
the
lying
fuck is he
prone
doing?
in the cold winter on the front yard
Mike, I don't know.
Dirt.
I don't know what he's doing.
and was being
What the
covered by
fuck?
snow, sub 32 degrees.
He didn't have dirt
and the body
anywhere.
temperature were to drop
Didn't have grass anywhere.
96.8 to about 80 degrees. Would that have a similar effect to ice on the area that may bruise?
Not exactly.
There you go,
You
doctor.
want me to explain?
I do.
Okay, yes. So as the snowflakes fall, yes, there will be a gradual lowering of the body temperature and gradual effect on the body. Now, if as opposed to in the ER or in a medical setting, if if I or another practitioner, and by the way, nurses and nurse practitioners and PAs also treat dog bite wounds. But if another practitioner, a practitioner gives the person an ice pack, they get immediate coldness and immediate significant change in temperature to that area.
That's the purpose of it, right?
Assume the
Ice
weather
pack-
is so cold that the cell phone battery on someone's iPhone begins
What
to
the fuck
plummet
is
regularly
objection?
in degrees.
I have no idea.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
When you came to your conclusion, considering what you see in this picture, and Attorney Alisi was asking you about fragments from a broken taillight, did you know or consider that Mr. O'Keefe, sometime around when he incurred these wounds, had a piece of glass stuck in his nose?
Sustained.
Well, hey, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You
Finally,
sound like a
Dr. Russell, you said during your differential diagnosis you consider information, you either weigh it, accept it, or you distinguish it and you disregard it, correct?
Yes, generally.
During your differential diagnosis, you've referred to a number of different people studies, things that you haven't done yourself, but you've looked at other people's efforts. One of the things you looked at was the deputy medical examiner from the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces, a person by the name of John C. Walsh, correct?
Christ. Jesus Christ.
Would you like me to ask that again, Dr. Russell?
No, you don't have to ask it. I read that report, yes.
And John C. Walsh is a doctor, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And do you have any understanding that he works with the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces?
Yes, and therefore his practice may be limited in scope.
Well, you are trying to qualify what he doesn't do. Do you know if his practice is limited in scope?
Typically, the medical examiners that work for the armed forces often have a specific practice that is limited in scope.
Do you know anything about Mr. Walsh and his practice?
No.
Why do you find the need to try to undermine the extent of his authority before you know anything? Why is that important?
Sustained.
You're a fucking douche canoe,
practice
dude.
is, do you?
No, but I always look at where the person works that writes the report in terms of physicians, and what their possible experiences are. Do they work in a medical examiner's office in Alaska or Hawaii or big city or a little town? I look at those things.
When you considered his opinions after his review of these materials, did you consider when he offered in his report that multiple abrasions ranging in size from 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on the decedent's right arm?
Yes.
These injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are non-specific. Abrasions occur as the body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skinned knee. Did you read his report and consider it?
I did. However, I don't know if he's ever had any experience with dog bites examinations. So I had to consider that and weigh it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, there were questions with regard to highlighting of articles. Did I determine which parts were to be highlighted, or did I merely perform the function of highlighting the parts you wanted me to highlight because you didn't have a highlighting function with you traveling from California?
That is correct. It's the second one.
I have no further questions.
With regard to these articles,
He's a fucking piece of shit.
is you mentioned a methodology in connection with them. and pattern recognition methodology. Was it the purpose of citing this article to say that they're just like this situation, or was the purpose to say that there is a methodology in the literature to determine how to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
Dr. Russell, what is the purpose? Let's just start with the Demunic article that was talked about, because these articles were discussed. What was the purpose of you citing to those articles?
The purpose, the purpose was to identify that pattern recognition is an important component in identifying wounds, and particularly in dog bite wounds. It did not mean that the victim had to have every single characteristic that was listed. And it just was focusing on things to look for, and the patterns. It was not just that there's one individual wound that's going to be diagnostic, but that there are patterns for the physician to look for.
In terms of, Attorney Brennan asked you, and so now with regard to the Pollock article, in terms of the Pollock article, is there any discussion in this article about whether the spectrum of injuries to which you can apply the mechanism and the methodology, is there anything in there about whether the pattern of injuries can be diverse or whether they're all the same? Does Pollock speak to that?
He does.
And what does Pollock say about whether or not the spectrum of possible injury forms when you apply this methodology can be diverse? What does he say?
Well, he mentions about the actual surface of the body that is impacted, if there's any curvature to that surface, if there's any structures underneath that would affect the bite. So yeah, those are, and if there was material or textiles or fabric that were in between the bite and the skin. And there were other factors too.
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, what I'd like to cover is Attorney Brennan discussed the Dr. Walsh. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Did you show Mr. Brennan?
He's the one who gave me it.
Okay. I didn't know what you had.
Okay. So may I hand to the witness?
Yes.
May I stand here, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just step back a little
Yes.
bit.
Yep. Back in Dr. Russell, what I would like to do is to give the jury a fair
Objection.
I'll withdraw that.
Commentary, and I'd like to be heard.
Why don't you bring the reports over? Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Hank. Yeah, I'm going to take my ball home and I'm not going to play anymore. Mom's calling. What the fuck? It's your report, dude.
That's the funny part, Mike. It probably is his report.
It is. No, he is. Hank Brennan gave it to Bob Alessi. Jesus, what a douche canoe. God damn it, man. He's so bad. I've never seen the guy so worse than this, man. I mean, come on. How's this guy going to get a job?
Where's Carl Dougal, Boston Police Department's representative? Where's Carl Dougal? Where is he?
I don't care. Fuck
Where's
him.
his wife? Where's Carl Dougal? Boston Police Department's representative.
That's Carl Dougal with the fucking braid ponytail right there. Next to John, right there. Dressed in drag. That's Carl Dougal right there.
Right there. That's Crowd.
That's
Crowd.
It's Katie Dougal. That's Katie.
The guy that assaults a how old? 4'11" girl. Assaults her in the freaking foyer of the courthouse. Carl Dougal.
Is right there in the front row, known as this month only, Katie McDougal. Carl Dougal.
There you go.
Dougal. So
it's just so not right.
Right. Huh?
No. But he's the representative of the Boston Police Department. That's who they send. They send him to come and knock Karen into the wall. Not the state police, Boston Police Department. Good job, guys. Bunch of jerks.
That's definitely him dressed in drag. He's trying to sneak into the courtroom now. That's what's going on.
And you know,
is that Gay Bryan Jr. dressed up as drag, trying to get what's going on? Is that a possibility?
Now.
I don't get. Is he? Yeah. Well, South Boston. You mean not Southie?
Yeah.
South Boston.
Yeah.
The difference.
I forget what I was gonna say. It was a bunch of people.
Tell me what happened. Hank tried to ask the same questions again, and now
again.
Hank Brennan handed Bob Alessi a report, and Hank just called a sidebar because he wants to know what he's going to ask the witness and out of his own report is what I'm gathering. That could be, is that what you wanted to know? Or are you talking about the transgender that looks like Brian Alba Jr.? I mean, Carl Dougal dressed in the front row. Which one?
Yeah, that's what it was. Carl Dougal, the guy that assaulted Karen Reed in the courthouse. Carl Dougal.
There's more room in the douche canoe than anybody needs to get in. There's a couple paddles left.
Carl Dougal, Boston Police Department. Boston PD. That's who they sent, Mike. They sent Carl Dougal and his wife.
But he's
Boston Police Department. Nice of them to send somebody.
They don't want to be. They don't want to be called out. It's Pride Month, so they're going to send down Carl dressed in drag.
There he is.
Time with it, right?
Yep. Unbelievable.
I know. He looks. I mean, doesn't look that bad when you think about it.
Boston Police Department. Dude, the stuff I'm hearing is just no.
That's why that's Carl's real colors right there. But he dresses up as a guy when he goes to work every day. Yeah.
He arrests the wrong people.
Yeah. Yeah. Jackie Two Chins is an internet troll. Yep, you're right there, buddy.
She is.
And that's why Carl hides.
Yeah.
Right. He hides like that.
And he lets his girlfriend do the internet stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, that's his wife. He married that.
He's a cuck.
He married that.
Yeah. Well, if he dresses up if he's dressed up because it's Pride Month and he assaults Karen as a girl, does it count as the same offense? I gotta know.
I'm gonna start calling one of them Michelle Obama.
That's just pure. Everybody's in there going cock. Is it Aaron's too short to be Aaron O'Keefe, but it's definitely Carl. It's got Carl Dougal written all over it with the square jaw and just a wig on. I'm telling you. Take a look. That's Carl Dougal.
Definitely got Carl Dougal personality.
Right? I'm telling you. You said where is he? That's where he is. He's been dressing up in trans.
I know.
He's probably undercover, working the South Boston area.
Letter from Dr. Walsh. And what I am going to do, and you just tell me if I do it correctly, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs, okay? And you just tell me if I'm reading it correctly. In totality, the injuries documented in the autopsy report and photographs are non-specific and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms. No additional information was provided regarding the possible circumstances or events surrounding the death. The absence of additional information prohibits the attribution of injuries and contribution of findings to a specific underlying cause of death. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Okay, Dr.
All right,
Russell,
Dr. Russell, you are all set.
Thank you.
All that sidebar for nothing,
I'm going
Mike.
to have this marked for identification.
Yes, Bev. And Jimmy, give me a fucking drink. Stat. Yep, you won that, man. Yep. Attorney Gallagher. Yep.
Well, checking her off the list.
He is given. Yeah, make sure your Velcro's tied. Don't trip, Mary Russell. I want to make sure your little sneakers don't hit. Hey, lunch lady arms. Pipe down. I see you smile. I don't you smirk at her.
And
I see you
next
smirking.
Witness
You
is
fucking goddamn lunch lady
who's the
arms.
next witness? Yes, just tell me the name because I need to know whether we need to go to sidebar first. Okay, thank you.
Officer Barrows.
Hey, O'Keefe family and Carl Dougal, you guys ready?
Listen
Here
up.
it comes. When you hear that
Boom.
big thunder, when you hear that thunderclap, it's not a thunder. It's fucking boom.
AJ's gonna bring the hammer. I love this part. I love this.
Yeah, the Madam Court Reporter has lunch lady arms. I'm saying it right now. I know she can hear me, and she's definitely wearing a CVS bottle dye. You can tell right now. She's got 4 shades of black.
Mike,
Her and Hank did it together. Her and Hank dyed their hair together the same night. There's no question about it. Look at that.
This is kind of like a historic thing, Mike.
Look at Hank's color and her color are the
All right,
same. They
Mr.
sit in front of
Jackson,
each
you're
other.
all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the
He's
jury,
wearing a
please?
Pride Month bracelet. I love
Nicholas Barrows, Barros.
2 hours,
And where do you
guys. Remember
currently
that.
work?
The town of Dayton, Dayton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Dayton Police Department, sir?
since 2011.
And what's your position there currently?
Currently, I am a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little
Well, that's
bit
a
more
good one.
detail in just a second. A couple of more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
Since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dayton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings as a police officer and as a supervisor.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
2012.
Is the Dayton Police Department an autonomous police department for the city? In other words, is it a branch of, say, for instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
Okay. It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police
It
Department?
is not.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to
Fox.
oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes.
Does that include anything having to do with
Thank
crime
you.
scene investigation?
You fucks.
To an extent.
Witness interviews?
No, that would be the detective bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime scene protocols, things of that nature?
Correct.
All right. As a sergeant with the Dayton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads on a swivel. We are always looking because we don't know what the unknown is.
When you say you don't know, is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later
Correct.
that may be needed in court?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have any, you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I did not.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
On January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location? I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dayton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of normal protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
So that was not necessarily unusual?
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept of those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond to location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dayton.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger?
Complete stranger.
What time did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Oh, it's pretty precise.
Sergeant Barros, did you, I don't want the address, cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dayton?
Yes.
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dayton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William Reed, the name.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish in the afternoon he intended to seize the vehicle?
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30?
2:30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood that to mean what? Retrieve a vehicle?
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitated tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
Never.
Did you know him?
Nope.
Do you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry. It's getting late in the day, and I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault. Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever?
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor?
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes, once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Cool.
You truck.
Were you in full uniform?
Full uniform.
Gun, badge, the whole works?
The whole works.
I like how he
Did
brings
you ever
that
go
in.
inside the house?
Briefly,
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there, and I also went in to ask how we're going to get the tow truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
Okay. That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location in a position to observe the rear end of that SUV? 2 minutes, 20 minutes, something in between? Longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
More than a glance?
Yes.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight.
Can you describe for the juror, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
The right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
When you say damage, have you ever described that damage previously?
I have.
Can you tell us what that description is?
There was, it was damaged, the taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
When you say there was a crack, do you mean there was a piece missing?
A piece was missing.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you call it?
The piece was about maybe this big.
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches.
And how wide?
Maybe that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere in there.
Done.
I want to show you a photo. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to
Done.
show Exhibit 13. It's been previously marked.
Check this out, Nicholas Barrows. Does it look like this?
Do you see what's depicted
sir?
in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight.
Of what?
The Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Walker?
He wants to get it out there.
Zoom in on the right rear taillight, please.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you see the condition of that taillight as it's depicted in this photo?
Wow.
What the fuck?
Sergeant Barrows, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
Whoa!
What's different about this photo, sir?
That taillight is completely smashed out.
Boom! Yeah. Lights, please. No further
Does it appear that
questions.
there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Oh,
Cut
now
that
you-
up.
yeah,
Cut that up.
fuck you,
Cut
Ed.
that
Describe
up.
specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
I'm going to hand you a
Oh, I
green
fucking
laser
love
pointer.
it, man. I fucking
If you
love this
can,
guy.
There's two displays.
He's a police
one
officer. A good one.
in front of you and one to your right. If you could use the one to your right, it's a little easier on the jurors. Describe what's different about that taillight.
Can you see that? So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
May I approach?
Yes.
Boy, I wonder if that was damage from John's car.
Oh, Tom, you think?
I wonder, huh? Well, that's kind of weird. Huh.
If the entire
That guy's
taillight
never
had
gonna
been
buy a
broken
fucking
out
drink
as it's depicted
ever
in this
again.
photograph, would you have made note of that?
Sustain.
Do you believe
Fuck
you would
off,
remember
Brandon, you
if the
fucking piece of
taillight?
shit.
Well, let me ask it a different way.
Wow, dude. John had GMC Shelby.
The piece
No,
that you
he had
saw missing,
Traverse, Chevy.
but
Yeah,
not
Chevy.
completely damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase "not completely damaged" to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle than is depicted in this photo.
Boom.
We can take this down.
The head just objected to everything now. Yeah, object.
As you sit here and recall back to that, your observations, and you observed this for over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
Oh, Jesus.
You
No
actually wrote a
doubt.
report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustain.
Wow, guy. What are we doing here?
You've testified previously,
I have?
about a year ago.
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Come on, what the fuck, Beth?
Ultimately, was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen, like for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I cleared from the scene, yes.
What time was that when you cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later time, correct?
Correct.
It was not seized at 5:30 p.m.?
No.
Game over.
I'd like to show you another exhibit, if I could. This is exhibit 105.
I can't believe this shit.
Do you recognize this scene generally?
I do.
Do you recognize it as being, what do you recognize as being?
This is the Reed residence.
Do you see some vehicles in that still shot of the video?
I do.
Describe what you see.
That tow truck is diamond towing, and that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
If we
And that's
could,
where the reverse
with
and the
course
tire
permission,
spin
zoom
came in.
It's high on the screen, correct?
What's that?
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a 3-point turn.
Spinning.
Yep.
Can you
Intact.
see what's depicted in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm going to ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area. This area here. Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
Looks
Shelby,
clear.
hit the bong.
The
Let's go.
portion that is intact, does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago, is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's go back. You see the red?
Yes.
All right. Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:30 15 and 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back to the other exhibit, please. Exhibit 13. Can we zoom in, please? Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th, 2022, at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
What else more do you need, Mike?
Nope. What's Hank going to say to him now?
This is going to be furious.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Do you still work in Dayton?
I do.
At the time you went to the Reed residence, you did not know the occupants?
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to William Reed
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police?
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene?
Yes.
Because it's your jurisdiction?
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it?
Yes.
They didn't just show up at the Reed house and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinary, or unfairly remarkable relative to that car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed house?
Yes.
And then they came out?
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed?
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left, did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When the vehicle was towed, do you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dayton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I do not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you did, you had an opportunity to describe the damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the shape of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the damage.
I could have.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
No.
You write reports regularly, don't you?
I do.
You're trained at the academy. It's the best way to memorialize events.
Correct.
Because in time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at that moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, well, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but
Did you at the time?
at the time, correct.
Yeah. And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you could have put as
That's
much
why you write
detail as
reports,
wanted,
dude.
is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
The vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Yeah.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was the size of a dollar bill. You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Or that it was 3 to 6 inches? You didn't mention that, did you?
No.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was?
No.
To an extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear tail light. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back?
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of your description when your memory was probably at its best. True?
True.
And would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't?
I did.
Inevitably.
Thank you.
You were a witness at trial. I'm sorry. You were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half after you first made the observations which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
If that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
I don't think I was asked that.
What were you asked about to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear taillight last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best of your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed,
Time has passed, yep.
that you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Correct.
And so when you qualified, you were considering human factors like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
Correct.
that you had heard a lot about this case since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer, and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you went on to describe what you remember from the break of the taillight, the reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection, is it because of those human factors that had passed?
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times have you spoken to somebody from the defense about this case after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson.
Did you speak to him in person or on the phone?
In person.
Okay, okay. You're not hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
Jesus
At
Christ.
his hotel.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel and talk about a case?
It was in their conference room.
Find it odd. Go to somebody's hotel to speak to them about a case.
No.
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
Sorry. Did you have to drive?
I did.
So you took the effort to go to see Mr. Jackson at his request. Did you know who Mr. Jackson was?
I did.
Did you see him on TV?
I did.
When you went there to the hotel in the conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Okay. Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
It was one of the gentlemen right here on the end?
The,
The good-looking one down there on the right?
no, it was not.
Somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
When you were in that conference room, were you
Jesus
shown
Christ.
the police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony from the last time you came to the court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in Sally Port, or the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Had you ever seen that photo before?
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Correct.
And when you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever, ever suggested that that was in any way different than what you had seen in Dayton.
Nobody asked me that.
When you were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown that photograph, you never, ever suggested that
Never, ever, ever?
in the damage as you see it in that photo compared to what you remember, did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is dissimilar to what you remember at the last event that you testified at?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's what you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
You said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And
What
when
the
you
fuck, Hank?
testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question?
District Attorney Lally.
It's just dumb questions, Mike.
Do you remember making that comment under oath?
I do.
Do you remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as not completely damaged, it was cracked.
Yeah.
And there was a piece missing but not completely damaged.
Right?
That's right.
Remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
Yes.
It's accurate.
So, in your memory, in June 10, 2024, was that vehicle's rear tail light had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
You said that your memory about the damage to the tail light, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific
Nice.
memory of discussing that specific photograph.
Identical, right?
Yes.
Same as said last year,
Yes.
Mike, right?
Yep. Guy's good, man. In a world full of Proctors, be a Sergeant Barrows.
Yes.
I'm going to show you your transcript of sworn testimony on June 10, 2024. And when you reflect on your memory, understanding some time has passed, you've testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflected in your testimony, right? Yes.
So ask the question differently.
Okay. Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time you testified. Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
And as you take a look at that, could you show me anywhere in your testimony? Anywhere.
Oh, Hank, you look like a fucking idiot, dude.
Where you made
You have no idea, dude. You can't read the room.
about that photo. being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29th, 2022.
Way to slow it down, Barrows. Way to slow it down. He's not getting flustered, dude.
But he's got no reason to, right? This
No,
guy's
fucking
he's in
tell the
complete
truth.
control. Complete
He's just
control.
looking. He doesn't want Hank to have any kind of word salad bullshit. Take your time, kid.
It's not in there.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I can put it back on. Thank you. So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes and memory fades. Yes?
Yes.
And that's one real example why at the academy, they teach you when you write reports to be as detailed as you can. To accommodate the fact that memories can fade, right?
Correct.
Memories can change.
I know what I saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just testified that under oath, you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses. Objection.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had about your testimony last year, fair to say that never happened.
Correct.
You were simply mistaken, weren't you? Or something more, please tell me.
Correct.
What happened?
Memory. He's questioning him on his memory.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just
I don't remember.
way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was like coming up in the next month, months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk about?
Oh, Hank, you fucking.
I'm going to allow it.
Oh my God.
What did you talk about? Excuse me.
So that, okay.
What did you
Sidebar.
talk about?
What number? Where are we at?
Isn't that attorney? I mean, what is this shit? What are we doing? Oh, hey, Carl. What's going on, buddy? Look at her shaking her head and shit.
Clueless. There are. Listen, that's nature's reason right there. Nature's natural selection. You're looking at it.
I don't understand, like, why are they all happy and stuff?
I'm still in awe over Hank.
Did I
and
miss something?
The whole suicide thing with Hank. That still gets me. That was wrong.
He's just saying that his memory is not as. I don't get what the fuck he's talking about.
All right. Yeah, this line of questioning is going nowhere with him. He's not getting anything. He's not moving that ball forward, Mike. You know that ball?
Yeah.
It's just not going forward. All right. Gail's got it. Gail's on it. Number 7. But that ball's not being moved forward, Mike. Not with this questioning. Not with
Barrows,
him.
well, Barrows testified he mentioned the photo in last trial, but he didn't. So what? I don't get. The jury's still going to buy it.
You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and time. Substantively, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at their hotel conference room?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about your testimony today?
No,
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
I'm not looking for a date, just the general year frame. Last year, this year?
I don't have the date.
Probably June, early in this year.
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
On a certain date, yes.
Not a certain date. Was it this year probably, or do you think you met them this year?
This year.
Do you know what month you met them this year?
Dude.
I wouldn't know the month.
Certainly you talked about this issue with the taillight, didn't you?
What a fucking
Yes.
asshole.
When you talk about the issue with the taillight, did anybody from the defense offer you any information?
No,
Did they ask you questions about it?
no.
So you went to a meeting in a Boston hotel in a conference room, and nobody talked about.
Stop speculating, Hank.
I'm going to allow it.
Oh my God.
Sir, I'll ask you another question instead.
Come on, Nick.
Have you had an
Let's go, Nick.
opportunity to see other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
On the 29th of January? No.
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
From seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the news. You can't avoid it.
I'm not criticizing you or discounting you, I'm just asking you. Have you been exposed to this case since you made those observations indicted on January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified last summer about the taillight?
I have.
And seeing this extraneous information, this other information, do you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, you may approach.
Okay.
Unreal. Every time. Every time.
What's up, Carl? I think that lady should be thrown out of the off of the accused side for doing what she just did in the last sidebar, laughing and rolling her eyes and all that other shit. She was what a horrible person.
Trying to make fun of somebody, maybe.
Do you hear what I guess Brennan just said to Barrows, like over here to look over here, like you know what I mean, like a dog, like
Yeah.
command, like over here.
You've seen
Wow.
You've seen quite a bit of information about this case and the issue regarding the taillights since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
I guess.
No, I don't want you to guess.
Huh.
You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory as you testified in direct examination under oath, and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you have some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence of that taillight before you had a chance to see it in Dayton. If we could have the ring.
Oh,
video
we have actually have a
57,
before
58.
picture. It's John's, the one from John's driveway, Kieran leaving. That what he's got? Tell me, please. And it is. Yeah.
Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
Wow, Mike.
Before?
Wow, Mike.
Have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders for you not to look at anything. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, do you think you had a particular interest when things like this came on TV and social media to take a look to compare it to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't. I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. I understand. Can we play this, please? Turn the sound down. Thank you.
You should just say, I don't care about this stuff. That I don't. That's irrelevant. I'm just telling you what I saw that day, right?
And that's all he needs to say, Mike, right?
Yeah, yeah. And this is
You
irrelevant.
see that white part of the back rear right taillight?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
You see that? Sir?
Nope.
Can we zoom in a little bit more? I can.
You can or cannot?
I can.
You can. C-A-N can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue.
Yep.
Stop it. Can you bring it back and stop it?
It's still there. Look at it.
Open, right there. Zoom, please. You see, sir?
That was a snowflake.
Sir?
I can see that.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
Okay.
Can we go to Exhibit
Good
10,
job, buddy.
please? And before you show it, I have a couple questions. This was a snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day?
Yes.
And when you got to the driveway, it had not been shoveled or plowed.
Correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes.
And there was snow coming down on top of everything, the ground.
Slow down, Hank.
the streets,
Slow the fuck
cars,
down.
correct?
Correct.
And snow was accumulating, did you notice, on cars and packing onto cars?
Yes.
When you looked at this house, when you looked at the defendant's Lexus in Dayton, you didn't go over and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to remove any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it?
I did not.
And the snow there was snow packed on that car, wasn't there?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to remove anything, that could impede your ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
If we could have Exhibit 10, please. Does that appear to be the same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dayton? And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
Okay, Exhibit 11, please. Can you take a look to the right? You see that right?
How do we know? I can't tell if it's the same one. There's no license plate.
I can.
Missing, yes?
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like there's a red tail light there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in Dayton? Do you know that, or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dayton?
I do not.
The right
Good
rear
answer.
tail light and the missing parts there, is that consistent with what you saw around 3:27 on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, lights on, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief.
I think he did fine.
I think he did good. He did good, Mike. He did.
Yeah.
Sergeant, did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
I did.
Kind of a big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
No idea.
Do you have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Right.
Good fucking redirect.
Mr. Jackson is
Of
your
course.
witness.
Nice job, buddy. Fucking
The fact that you
right.
can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You remember being in Dayton, correct? Being
is
called out
awesome.
to
Look at
Dayton to
AJ.
the residents of the Reeds.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather?
I do.
Do you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking with someone?
I do.
Do you remember it was this lady, pretty lady right here in the blue?
I do.
Do you remember meeting Mr. Reed?
Briefly.
Handsome gentleman with the gold tie?
I do.
You remember all that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the
Look at you, Eddie.
I do.
Absolutely does.
Fuck you, O'Keefe. Fuck you, you fucking bitch. Oh,
You were
I'm getting
asked
yelled
whether or
at by
not
my
you
wife.
saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while it was out at Dayton, while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sallyport in Canton PD? I'm sorry, in Canton, in the Sallyport at the police station
I wasn't.
at 5:30 p.m.?
Objection.
Sustain.
At any point, did you ever go to the
Okay, here we go.
Sallyport at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustain.
Quick.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, you could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
You were simply there to assist another officer, right?
Objection.
The form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph that vehicle?
No.
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the vehicle?
No.
Nope. 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 Did the taillight look like that? No.
Wow, what a great question about the birthday and the day of the week.
By
That
the
was
way,
beautiful.
You and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
After.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
They're
You
witness.
testified for them?
Correct.
Objection, Lucas Jack.
So that's stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Of course it is, Bev. You fucking punk.
Wow.
Did the Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony at the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you on the telephone?
After?
Happy birthday,
Correct.
Misty.
No.
Did they ever send you a subpoena?
No.
Happy birthday, Misty.
And you testified last year
Wow.
that the taillight was cracked, but not, or damaged, but not completely broken, correct?
Happy birthday, Misty.
Sustained.
You and I met in a hotel in a conference room, correct?
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
Did I introduce myself to you?
You did.
You happen to know I live in Los Angeles?
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not I have an office?
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Did you find that unusual?
No.
Good job, AJ. Way to bring it back, kid.
He's the man.
Did you and I ever speak, ever, before your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Did I ever tell you what to say?
No.
Did I show you any testimony?
No.
Did I play you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
No.
During that conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
That was it, though. That's what else is there?
As you sit
Game
here,
over.
Sergeant Barrows,
Yep.
do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022?
No.
At about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon when you saw the vehicle? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
That's all.
Boom. Thank you, AJ.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse?
Yes.
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2000?
Show me the photo.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It was opened up.
On evidence.
It was opened up.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I know I need to talk to
Full
the
day.
lawyers about a couple of things, so
Full
this seems
day.
like a good spot to just.
We'll see if they have like a little rebuttal afterwards.
Yep.
So,
Oh, she looks tired. She's
same
banged up.
cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do
It's funny, she
anything
goes
without
downhill.
research
Like Monday she's here, then she's
Yep.
into the case.
Tuesdays. Keep
If
going.
you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media. Remember, tomorrow's a half a day, we'll finish by 1.
Tomorrow's
Tomorrow's a half day,
day.
Tommy. Yeah.
Follow me.
Nice.
He's banged up. Wow. At the end here, he's discrediting his memory, and he's not going to lie, but when I
He
looked
won't.
over at the O'Keefe's and they were all laughing and smirking and shit like that, they thought Hank had it up on him. And then fucking AJ just brought it right back. But 2 years ago, you had a birthday. What day was it on? I don't recall. That was beautiful.
Perfect.
That's
Absolutely.
so
'Cause everybody can relate to that, Mike.
Exactly.
Everybody. Yep.
Relatable to the jurors, everybody.
Yep. Nice job.
Yeah.
Definitely good job.
Lunch lady, see you tomorrow.
Jurors exit the court, please be seated.
Here we go.
So there have been some motions, I think, piling up. 2 I have not had a chance to read yet, maybe more. Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, and then the defendant put in writing about the discovery from Aperture. I've not had a chance to read the prosecutor's opposition. I'd like to do all that before I hear you on that. But the only one that I did read is the reciprocal discovery. Ms. Giannetti, are you examining both Brian Loughran and Karina Kolakithis?
Yes, and there are
All right, so why don't you? Sure, I have time. I just don't know what you're talking about. Sure.
Of course, Bev. Jimmy, couple more ice cubes for my gin and tonic.
Sidebar.
There we
Yep.
go. She's gonna get the bucket of ice. Yep, bucket of ice. That guy's a snake, dude.
Well, what would Alan and David have to talk to the judge about with Sidebar in regards to?
Well, they can start
witnesses?
drinking now. I think. I'm not sure, but I can't get over how AJ brought that right back without a piece of paper. A little one question. I would have never thought of that. 2 years ago, you had a birthday. What day was it on? Oh, man.
But Mike, the bigger picture is the taillight did not look like that.
Of course. And I'm telling you, those pictures, they don't have any metadata on it. They can't talk about it. Because if they did, they'll be told, the jury will be told, there's no way to prove this is the original picture because there's no fucking.
Metadata.
Yep.
Right.
So we know that. We
Right.
know that.
Does the jury? That's the problem, right? Is how do we get that to the jury?
They can't know about it. It was ruled out.
Yeah.
Yep. At pre-trial. It's fucking crazy how they cannot let metadata in to prove chain of custody and all that bullshit.
Because their chain of custody sucks. There's no way.
Fucking
Doesn't exist. Wow, guys.
Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy. 2 cubes. McDermott. We need some straws up here, please. I think Lunch Lady wants an old fashioned too. Oh, the O'Keefe's, when they do a bit ago, they just started kind of chuckling when Barrows' memory was questioned. Viking lady there, Dougal, whatever his name is, Dougal there with the ponytail there with the black on. Fucking God, yeah, it's Carl Dougal dressed in drag. It's Pride Month. He's undercover for Boston PD right now. So
it's that boy Carl Dougal, Boston PD's finest.
And that behind her, and the Klingon 5 is a McCabe, and then Jen McCabe's sister right there behind her. So why are they in court today? Kolakithis? Is that why they're there?
That chick looks like Skeletor. Remember Skeletor from like?
Oh yeah,
that's what she. That's what it is.
Right. Now, do you think she wears boxers or briefs? I bet you she wears briefs.
Yeah, I can see that. Definitely briefs.
Like why do you want the world to know that you have a braided a braided ponytail? It's like a girl mullet, what the fuck? See the one next to it, the white on, that's a girl mullet. What are you doing? Even Jim McCabe's sister has a girl mullet. It's crazy. It's Carl Dougal and drag. It's Carl Dougal and drag.
Better than a bowl cut. Oh my. What's for supper tonight, guys? What am I having for supper?
It's Taco Tuesday.
No, something else.
Well, that Carl Dougal's having a taco.
Yeah, good luck with him.
Right. And they're all laughing during Barrows and stuff,
They're the wrong people to be laughing.
Klinger stage 5 there does not deserve to be there anymore.
She dated John at one point, right?
Put the little McCabe up front, Come on. Switch it up. Looks like Mrs. O'Keefe is taking a dump. Reading her phone. Look at her.
And where was it?
Jesus Christ. These fucking people.
Mike, they all sleep well at night.
Well, the penny pot. Thanks for the membership, man.
Yes, the membership. Thank you guys for the memberships.
Yeah, Tara Carey can get a job. Yeah. Look at her.
Renee. Thank you, Renee, for that. And gifted membership, another gifted membership. Thank you so much. You guys are great.
Literally, you just fucking look at her. Fucking Galvin in the back there from Canton, Mass. Fucking cock. Your husband's a cock too. 5 foot nothing, 100 and nothing pounds. Yeah, Jessica. Yeah. She took a guy's leg off on a motorcycle, right? Over the Quincy Bridge, over the bridge in Quincy. She was drunk driving early in the morning.
Yeah.
And
Took
Fucking
him out.
had a guy on a motorcycle. They said, yeah, I had a good time last night. We spent time in the jacuzzi. The dogs
Nice.
were outside. I made dinner. Yeah, they all drink themselves to sleep at night. They're waiting for that check to come in from the civil suit. That's never gonna fucking happen. Like Turtle Boy says, I am waiting for them to fucking file a civil lawsuit. That would be my fucking wet dream. Right? There's SD. How you doing, SD? Yeah, the more I think about putting Bill Reed up there on the stand, I fuck that. I don't trust Hank.
No, neither do I. You see my
Do
thought
you
there?
remember, sir, when you had your prostate removed? Did that have an effect? Literally,
Back in the day.
Yeah, Bev would just open it up to whatever the fuck you want to ask him. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now I can see here, you've said you've never cheated before, but I see here that you put down a 4 when you had a 5 when you played back 9 at the Cape Club.
Right.
Okay, that's the kind of shit you bring up. Is this your signature on this golf card right here? Well, yeah. Well, it says here you bogeyed the hole where you really double bogeyed the hole, right? What the fuck? Lally, I miss you, buddy. I'm not gonna lie, Lally, I miss you.
What if
that was the prosecution witness?
Last time he sure was. They had
What was
open
that?
access to him, and they never reached out.
Lally's like, yeah, that was me, but I thought it was going to go a little different. That's why I'm riding shotgun this time.
If they didn't waste their time with Aiden, maybe they'd get somewhere. But no, too busy.
Oh yeah,
doing
trying
that
to put
to him.
Aiden in jail and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Look at Jim's over there taking drink orders. What do you guys need? All right, yeah, you okay? I'll meet you right up the backside of the deck.
Yeah,
You guys want to-go cups? Okay, to-go cups. You got ya.
Check.
Fucking Jimmy's probably the biggest cuck of them all.
Yeah, Jessica Fritz. Mike was talking about that, about missing Lally.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, even see the thing is, I guess Peggy's granddaughter is good friends with this one up here, the back row, McCabe, because they know each other now because of the case, and it's a way for Jen to keep tabs on her, and I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's Carl Dougal.
Exactly.
It's Carl Dougal. Bobby Schmidt. That's Carl Dougal the drag up there, so you guys know. It just came out on. Do you guys follow Sniffies? It's an app.
No.
That Auntie Deb told me about. It's called Tell you who's ready to rock and roll right around your neighborhood and stuff. This fucking cock right up here with the ponytail. It's Carl Dougal. He's on there.
He's up there. He's on Snippy.
He's on Snippy.
Carl.
Gross.
Can you imagine his profile?
And that guy with the leprechaun looking guy right there, he's on there dressed as a leprechaun, like on Sniffy's. Gross.
Guy in the back leaning against the wall?
Yeah, no, that's a reporter, but he might be on Sniffy's. Who knows? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Yeah, there's people. All right, so I went on Sniffy's with Auntie Deb, and I looked around Canton. I couldn't get over how many people are ready to just get it on in our neighborhood, just ready to rock. All you had to do is contact. I swear to God, dude.
You kidding me? Really?
Swear to God. It's not about even, I don't even care who you are. Just get over here and let's get going.
Okay. No names.
Don't download it because my wife told me I could because we're doing a thing, but no. With Jimmy, I was doing a thing, not my wife.
Research.
Jimmy, are those drinks ready? I hear the blender going. Who's doing frozen drinks? Jesus Christ.
I just got done with my blender.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Banana daiquiris, Jimmy. Banana daiquiris, kid. Let's go.
Frap.
All right. I still can't get over Carl Dougal sat there all day and drag. That's fucking whacked. You're talking about it's Swift. It's Sniffies, not Swipey. It's Snippy.
Snippy.
And make sure you use the incognito search.
Oh, yeah. Block your freaking DNS from everybody.
Because if you can see them, they can see you. You might get a knock on your fucking door. Hey, I saw you. I saw you fucking. You were out there looking for some sniffies.
If you're not ready, I am.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, it's called Google a drag right there with the braided ponytail, the girl mullet, the woman mullet. See all the people in the back, they're all laughing. They're listening to us right now, Tom. Even Gunty.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. See, he's probably the gayest guy in there right now. Like fucking guy right here, the white shirt on. He's on sniffies for sure. No doubt about it.
Definitely. I'm definitely there.
Yep. He's on sniffies. Knocked 3 times. And if you have you know, I was always told you had a blue like porch light, you know, the color blue porch light. You were swingers. You were swingers. You should see how many blue porch lights are.
I thought, wait a minute, I thought they were pineapple stuff, or is that old? That's just
I
time.
don't know, man. They might switch it up.
They just change it based on the month. All
yeah,
right.
you know damn well though. I see tons of blue. It's supposed to be, you know, back the blue line, but it's for sniffies. I'm telling you. That's when you know you're at the right. Yeah. It was red. Okay. Upside down pineapples are the sign. Okay. Yeah, Tom, you were right, buddy.
It's pineapples. I thought it was pineapples. That's what it was.
Jesus Christ. You know, we have a wealth of knowledge in our chat, Tommy.
I'm telling you, we're blessed with that chat. The chat rocks, man. They know everything about everything. They're good.
As soon as we change the subject to fucking sniffies and shit, they all start chat. They're all perked up about. I told you, honey, it was a pineapple.
Cat's flying. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Carl Douglas keep staring at me. What's up?
I have to go out later on and go get some groceries and stuff. I can't wait to bump into people.
Oh god, don't put your sniffies on. They'll be tracking you.
I'm telling you, I have to turn my incognito mode on.
Where's Dougal? Dougal's got the fucking braided ponytail. The
Dougal's
girl
right there, front row, right here. He's hiding out today.
Someone snap a picture of that.
Yeah. Yeah, cop's daughter. I'm sorry, same old story. Cop's daughter. She just saw what we all saw with the taillight. And how Barrow said, yeah, no, it was missing a little piece. Did it look like this? Nope.
Oh,
sure didn't.
Yeah.
You remember? Yep.
Yep.
There you go, guys. That's all you need to know right there. And
Yeah,
why we're continuing is bullshit.
Tons of pineapples in Canton. Yeah. In fact, there's one in the Canton Police Department. As soon as you walk in, they have an upside down pineapple.
There's one of the selectmen's too.
Jimmy, are the drinks ready? 2 cubes. Come on, let's go. That guy right there, you know he dresses up as a drag right there. The guy with the white shirt.
The big
He's
dude.
Like, hey, he's like, we call it, his name is Seabass.
Seabass. There you go. Oh, remember
That's
that
gonna
guy?
That's his new name. That's Seabass. Holy fuck.
Oh I can never not see him now.
Oh, fuck. Oh, G2Q,
Yeah.
Seabass. Yeah, there are a couple.
Definitely a couple right there.
If you want to meet Seabass, be here at 4:15 in the court bathroom. That's what Jimmy Two Cubes is right now. Seabass is gonna walk in. Oh my god. I can't. I'm hearing that there's a glory hole in the men's bathroom, by the way, during
Oh no.
Oh, I gotta stop, guys.
Don't Google that. Do not Google it.
I'm getting punchy over here. What are they talking about? What's the lunch order for tomorrow?
I don't know, man.
Oh, I know. Like, it's not a 4-head. That's a 5-head. Oh my god. Most people have a 4-head. That girl has a 5-head.
I know.
It's a guy. I'm telling you, it was a guy. It's a guy. Yeah, Larry taps his foot in the bathroom. He's sitting on the toilet. He goes to the right foot.
He's got a wide stance, he says. Larry's got that wide stance.
And taps it like that. And right, and he drops a book of matches with his Snitty's account on it.
You knocked 3 times.
Yes, it's CB. I did. My dogs are looking at me. I co-constantly like, dude, you need to shut up. Who's Seabass?
Yeah.
We have some tonight.
I guess they're done.
That's it? We're not going to get privy to the sidebar?
Nothing. Gotta dismiss the courtroom though. No, maybe. I guess not.
Oh, the juror's already gone.
Yeah, but I think you're supposed to wait until the judge leaves chambers.
Yeah, there's no respect for Judge Bev. Hey, how many sidebars do we have, guys? I had 8. Was it 10 or was it 8?
Oh, I called 11. They had 9 or 10.
So tomorrow we start off with either Kolakithis or Lucky.
Half
Or
day
both.
too. Half day.
Yeah.
Badass. All right. I guess that's
Hey.
that.
What a day.
What a piss a day.
I think the pendulum definitely swung our way.
Well, Mike, we don't need to know no more. Barrows said what he saw.
That's it. Tell the truth. In a world full
Again.
of Proctors, be an Officer Barrows.
Yep.
All right, my friend. I will see you manana.
See you in the morning, my friend.
I got chat. You guys were fucking great today, man. Love it.
Yep. All right, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, everyone that's here. Michelle Lynn, $9.99. You both are so funny. You made my day. Oh, thank you so much. We try and help out you guys. You guys help us out. Thank you guys so much for the donations today. Thank you for the support today. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for viewing me. Just thank you in general. I can't thank you all enough. Yeah. So with that said, listen, we will all chat tomorrow. Today's Tuesday. Aiden's on tonight. So you got enough time, maybe sneak in a nap. But get some food in you. Get some rest tonight. Another big day tomorrow. Some more truth telling coming from Lucky. Lucky's going to tell the truth. Hank's going to try and make fun of him. It's just not a good day. But either way, we're going to pray for Lucky. And with that said, we all pray for each other. Right? And we'll be here tomorrow. I love you all. You all are great, wonderful, awesome people. Have a good night. Love you guys.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fighting the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, gone home. Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, a million prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.